appreciate it. We have a great crowd today, and we're excited about that. I would like to welcome you to the June 3rd Governor Executive Council meeting. And before we start, if you haven't already, please silence your electronic devices. And I would ask first to start this meeting with Councilor Leo Holt bringing us together in prayer.
Where's Megan? What is the name of your little precious
Dear Lord, thank you so much for bringing us here today. Thank you for the blessing of living in the great state of New Hampshire. Thank you so much for the precious blessing of the newest member of the Executive Council family, Lainey, born earlier this week. We ask for your guidance on these leaders here gathered to do the work of the people of New Hampshire. We ask for your guidance, we ask for your insight, and for your wisdom as we consider the best interests of the people of New Hampshire. We thank you for the guests who are here with us today and for the opportunity to recognize and celebrate the wonderful contributions and achievements of the theater community here in New Hampshire. We ask your blessing on this meeting for the health and prosperity for the people of New Hampshire. Amen.
Thank you, and I would like to ask Representative Alice Wade to come forward and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. And we have a number of proclamations, and I actually...
You can put the proclamation.
Actually, what I do? We'll do the performance first.
Well, the performance is actually all of us. I have a not-so-secret mission of turning every executive council meeting into a sing-along. And so I thought for today, since we have a nice full house, and since Councilor Wheeler at the last council meeting said, we should do a Patreon and sing-along. So let's join in singing America the Beautiful. And I know there are lyrics here. And I think, well, why don't we start with the Star Spangled Banner, actually. We're standing and we've got the beautiful pledge. Hold, we're singing.
Stripes and bright stars through the perilous night, over the ramparts we watch, we're so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting midair, they flew through the night. And our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. You're a high flag, and wherever the peace may wave. You're the emblem of the land I love, the home of the free and the brave. Every heart beats true for the red, white, and blue, where there's never a boast or brag. Should old acquaintance be forgot, keep your eye on the grand old flag. We're going to do it one more time. You're a grand old flag, you're a high-flying flag, and forever in peace may you wave. You're the emblem of the land I love, the home of the free and the brave. Every heart beats for the red, white, and blue, where there's never a ghost or cry. Should an old acquaintance be forgot, keep your eye on the grand old flag. Yay! All right, it's the 250th birthday of America this summer, and I think we're going to be singing this one quite a lot, America the Beautiful. Oh, beautiful, for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountains, majesties above the fruit and grain. America, America, God shed His rays on thee, and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea. Oh, beautiful for patriot dreams that sees beyond the years. Thine hand the faster cities gleam, undimmed by human tears. America, America, God shed His rays on me, and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea. You guys sound really good. All right, we got one more that I picked because I think it's not necessarily patriotic, but it's part of Americana. And since we have a lot of theater kids, it comes from the theater. All right. Somewhere over the rainbow way, there's a land that I've heard of once in a lullaby. Somewhere over the rainbow, skies are blue, and the dreams that you dare to dream really do come true. Someday I'll wish upon a star and wake up where the clouds are far behind me, where troubles melt like lemon drops away above the chimney tops, and birds fly over the rainbow, wide and a wide eye. If happy little bluebirds fly beyond the rainbow wide, oh, wide
That was a tough one. I just, I'm honestly really thankful for that because I had a very brief stint as a theater kid. I did a few plays, but my first one was in 5th grade where we did a big 5th grade play and I was Dorothy and the Wizard of Oz. So that was an incredible flashback for me. So I just want to say thank you. And it's so appropriate today that we're going to be commending New Hampshire's High School Theater Festival finalists. And I know that we have great young people here from the Kingswood Regional High School, Co-Brown Northwood Academy, Founders Academy, Guilford High School, Kearsarge Regional High School, Merrimack Valley High School, Portsmouth Christian Academy, some of whom I got a chance to say hello to. And then there are two schools that can't be present today, but they're also going to be commended as well, and that's the Plymouth Regional High School and Salem High School. So with that, I just wanted to thank all of you for coming this morning. It's wonderful to see all of you here, and thank you for your love of the arts and theater. It's such a great part of New Hampshire and our country, and thank you for expressing yourselves. It's beautiful. So I'm going to read a commendation, and then we are from myself and the governor and executive counselors who are here, and we will then recognize, I think, each of you to come up. Group, I don't know how we
We
want
have
to.
representatives from each of
Oh, we
us.
do? Well, that's even, so you've got this all organized then, so I love that. But let me read this, and we have accommodations for all of you, and then we'll do that with the representatives, and then we'll hopefully get a picture with everyone too. This is really fun, right? So maybe you get a chance to also meet some of your classmates from other schools too who are interested in theater. What a great opportunity. So we're glad to have you here today. And I want to thank also the teachers and certainly those of you who are working with the kids on the committee, volunteers, and giving of your time so that you can help guide them in their performances, and we appreciate that too. So let me begin. Let me say this, recognizing the finalists of the New Hampshire Theater Guild. Whereas participation in theater education provides students with valuable opportunities to develop creativity, confidence, communication skills, collaboration, critical thinking, and an appreciation for the arts, helping to prepare them for success both in the classroom and throughout their lives. And whereas the New Hampshire Educational Theater Guild's annual theater festivals bring together high school theater programs from across the Granite State, fostering artistic excellence, constructive learning, and meaningful collaboration through performance, peer engagement, and professional feedback. And whereas students involved in theater gain experiences that help create well-rounded, culturally enriched, and civically engaged individuals while developing leadership skills, discipline, and empathy. And whereas through outstanding performances, technical achievement, and dedication to their craft, the theater programs of Kingswood Regional High School, Co-Brown Northwood Academy, Founders Academy, Guilford High School, Kearsarge Regional High School, Merrimack Valley High School, Plymouth Regional High School, Portsmouth Christian Academy, and Salem High School earned selection as finalists in the New Hampshire Educational Theater Guild State Theater Festival. And whereas the accomplishments of these students, educators, directors, and school communities reflect the important role that arts education plays in enriching New Hampshire schools and strengthening the cultural vitality of communities throughout the state. Now therefore, I, Kelly Ayotte, Governor of the state of New Hampshire, along with the members of the Executive Council, do hereby commend the finalists of the New Hampshire Educational Theater Guild State Theater Festival and extend sincere congratulations and best wishes in recognition of their artistic achievement, dedication to excellence, and contributions to theater education in the Granite State. So congratulations to all.
Add to that briefly, I'm Karen Leo Hill, Executive Counselor for District 2, and one of the lovely traditions of the Executive Council is that we meet twice a month typically, and each of us is responsible for hosting the meeting. And when you're the host, you get to do some fun things like organize a little music, like find someone to do the pledge or offer a prayer or find someone to do it. And you also get to ask the governor to offer commendations to a group of people that you would like to recognize. And it was just really my great pleasure and my privilege, and I wanted to thank the governor for joining me in recognizing the theater kids of New Hampshire. And I just think you guys are wonderful. I'm proud of the work that you do, and I know that the skills and talents that you have developed over the last few years in high school theater and before are going to serve you very well going into the future, whether you continue on the stage or maybe whether you end up in the State House, because I can tell you probably most of us all have a little theater kid in us as well. And so thank you for all the ways that you enrich our lives and you make the state of New Hampshire a truly wonderful place to live.
Thank you. Get each of the representatives, if you actually have a representative each, maybe you can just briefly come forward, just a representative, introduce yourself so I can bring this and bring your members of your theater group and who we have here. Who we have first, so they're all okay. Tell us who you are.
I'm Zipper Williams. Kingswood. I'm Laura Fernandez, who also from Kingswood.
Great. And
Scott Kiesler.
awesome.
Yes.
Well, congratulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Colby Hume, Co-Brown Northwood Academy. Jenny Moynihan.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I know you're not shy. Come on. Maybe I'm a shy theater kid.
Callie
Catherine Malash with that expanded.
Excellent.
Michael Costa, Merrimack Valley High School.
Amanda Babcock, Merrimack Valley High School.
Meredith and Bimbo, Merrimack Valley High School.
That's like it's
Kyle Johnson, Guilford High School.
Charlie Eddy, Guilford High School. Alyssa McKenna, Guilford High School.
excellent. Well, congratulations.
I'm Lenny from First Christian. Michaela Gilmer from Portsmouth Christian Academy.
Donovan Bentley from Portsmouth Christian Academy.
Awesome. Congratulations. And I believe these are the two that weren't able to make it. And so what we're going to do is we're going to have the executive council come forward with all of us and take a picture with all of you. And then we'd love to get everyone with us. So let's start first in this small group and then we'll right?
Alright, everybody find your window right here. 3, 2, and 1.
And Caroline, should we go back? So, like, not so fun this way. What do you think?
I would say I should probably shoot from back there.
Yeah, let's shoot off there.
Around the table. Around the table.
This is around, yeah.
I was thinking.
Great. Keep on. Up that way. And then if we can tighten in over here towards the table a little bit more, my friends in front of the table. Yeah. All right, right here, please. 3, 2, and 1. Lovely. Thank you. All right.
Remembered all the verses. Yeah. Maybe you got a sheet on it. What's that? Oh, you got a sheet.
All right, everyone. So we also have another commendation and from the Governor and Executive Council to 2 exceptional individuals who are working very hard for our veterans, and they are making sure that our veterans have good dental care, which, as you know, dental care is so important to overall health. And so today we're going to be commending Tom Raffio, the CEO and President of Northeast Health and Dental, and Dr. Mitch Corrett, the Program Manager and the Primary Dentist and a veteran, who have both received the 1% award for their New Hampshire Veterans Freedom to Smile initiative. And they're incredible people. I want them to come forward when I read this commendation. So, and you know, Tom is always, when I'm in the 5Ks, you know, first of all, there isn't an event, a charity in New Hampshire that, you know, Tom Raffio is involved in and helping make a difference in the state. So Delta Dental, it really does a tremendous job. And I personally like seeing him in the 5Ks, you know, when he runs by me, or we're trying to keep our running together. So if Tom and Mitch can come forward, we would love to have you. And thank you for your incredible work and passion for our veterans. So I'm going to read both of these, and these are really to both Tom and to Mitch, who've done an incredible job. But whereas the New Hampshire Veterans Dental Executive Steering Group, ESG, was established to assess the situation, identify the gaps, and develop options for reduced or low-cost veterans and oral health care. And whereas veterans consistently identify oral health care access, quality, and affordability as one of their top requests, and economic hardships, capacity challenges, rising healthcare costs, general misconceptions and assumptions about veterans' benefits policies, and other factors have contributed to the real and perceived barriers for our veterans. And whereas economic hardships, capacity challenges, rising healthcare costs, general misconceptions, these are areas that we have to address, and these 2 are addressing it every day. Northeast Delta Dental is the foundation for the New Hampshire Veterans Freedom to Smile initiative, and not only provides the leadership and subject matter expertise, but resources well over the majority of the New Hampshire Veterans Freedom to Smile initiative. And whereas we We are the land of the free because of the brave, and thank you for the actions on behalf of your actions on behalf of veterans. You are truly making a difference. Thank all who have served this nation and the Granite State, and those who serve today, and who are committed to serving our veterans. I want to commend from the state of New Hampshire, Tom Raffio and Mitch Currit for their dedication in aiding the health of our veterans, their dental care, and extend the sincere gratitude of the people of New Hampshire for helping ensure that our veterans are cared for. I know the incredible work that you do. We're so proud of you. And I'm going to get you, so this one, the counselor are committed to this too, so they're going to sign this. So we're going to get you a separate copy of this from them. And I just want to thank you for everything you do for the state and for our veterans. And I would love to have you describe a little bit about the work that you're doing for our veterans.
Thanks, Governor Aon. Well, in true New Hampshire stuff, by the way, whose sneakers are better? I'm not sure, but I'll see what the starting line. So,
It definitely is. He's like, you know.
and the governor usually passes me, by the way, at the races. But this is why we love New Hampshire. So about 10 years ago, I'm listening to the radio, and the talk show host goes, you know, veterans can't generally get their care at the VA because you have to be fully disabled. So I took that, ran with it, did verify that's the case. It's going to require a change in a congressional guideline, but that's not going to happen anytime soon. So for the last 10 years, we have the most simple program. I announced it on radio. Veterans call me at 223-1300. I talk to them, and within 2 weeks, Dr. Mitch Gray, my sidekick here, we see these veterans. So during the course of these last 10 years, we've invested $1.4 million. We do pay our dentists, but they are very good about conserving the funds, so they take a discount. And that way, my board of directors every year, I'm going to give them a shout out, they support this to $300,000 a year. So over the course of these last several years, $1.5 million, closing in on 700 veterans seen. And then, of course, our sister states, Maine and Vermont, heard about this, so we do the exact same program in Maine, and that's also been about $1 million and about 1,600 veterans, and similarly in Vermont. Now the difference in the New Hampshire program, and I'm going to leave that flyer, they literally call me at 223-1300. Dr. Mitch Gray has served our country. He facilitates it. I talk to these veterans, and you know, numbers are one thing, but when you hear what they say, I can now go to a family reunion and smile. I can now bite into an apple. When you hear that, you know you're making a difference. So I just want to thank you all for being supportive. Governor Aon, of course, her family serves in the military. Mitch served in the military, and it's just amazing, and it's really our honor that we have the ability to do that. You know, we recently won the Baldrige Award, and what the examiner said was, you take your success and you give it back. You know, and we have done that as well on the Medicaid side. We've now achieved 30,000 people that are adults who finally can go to the dentist as well. So I just want to thank you all and your leadership, because you support Delta Downtown. I want to give a shout out to this man. He's the only dentist in our network that's served 55 years, and he's worked for me for 30 years. He's put up with me. He single-handedly, it's true, he single-handedly coordinates this. One thing we've done, we've introduced a new dentist too, Dr. Jeff Wallwander. His number is 223-1400. I've learned that veterans need really simple numbers, and I've left the flyer there, and that's how the program works. So, but those are numbers, you know, the 1.5 million, but when you hear the stories, it's just amazing. So Mitch promises he's French, he's going to go for 1 minute in English, so let's do it.
Let's go, Dr. Mitch. Sorry. What branch?
Oui, je suis français. On y va? C'est mon tour.
I don't have the last name Aon, but I've never learned enough French from my grandmother.
I know that my family actually got hold of me today, and they said, hey, listen, make sure they know that we're Air Force. I served in the Air Force. My son Jeff He actually was in medical corps and did some recruiting. And Joy Joy just joined us. And she's about a year and a half in. And she's a typical kid. She doesn't know which one she wants to go, this way or that way. So it's been fun hearing from them. So we have 3 generations. And by the way, just for clarity, nothing personal, but nobody in our family is a pilot, okay? So,
I love it.
Gotcha.
And you know, my husband, of course, is a pilot, and then I
Yeah.
have a daughter who's going to be a senior at the Air Force Academy,
Yes.
and she's captain of one of the flying teams and wants to be a pilot. And then we are in 3 weeks bringing our son for basic training.
oh, you're kidding.
Our senior, who just graduated Sunday, is going to the Air Force Academy too,
Oh my
and we're
goodness.
dropping him off for basic training there in a few weeks. So we may have 3 pilots in the family.
Oh.
But you know what they all tell me? Please, don't get behind the plane. So I'm with you on that. Thank you for your
Thank you.
incredible service.
Yes, thank
and
you.
Thank you for your
Thank you very
commitment to our
much.
veterans.
Thank you.
And I know that council would love to get a picture with both of you. And thank you for everything you do for him. We're going to get you another copy of this. Thank you.
Thank you for your support, and really, you really should shake this guy's hand. He single-handedly does the program. I mean,
Love it.
Thank you, Tom.
Don't hide that, Lieutenant. All right. Right here, ready? 3, 2, 1.
Marines don't hide from the Air Force, I know that. All right, moving on to the agenda here. So moving forward, I call this meeting of the Governor and Executive Council to order and ask for a motion to approve the meeting minutes from the May 20th, 2026 council meeting. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. The motion carries. Next, from the Office of the Secretary of State, we have a list of civil commissions. I would like to withdraw one of those commissions from Carrie Marshall, so that will be withdrawn for consideration. With the exception of that commission, can I please have a motion to confirm the list of civil commissions? Second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. The commissions are approved. Are there any that need to be added to the list? Hearing none, that matter is concluded, and we'll move on to resignations. From the Board of Registration of Podiatrists, can I please have a motion to accept the resignations of James H. Dolan, Jr. of Exeter? So moved. Second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Resignation is accepted. Now moving forward with a list of confirmations, I ask for a motion to remove the confirmation of Paul Lloyd from the table.
So moved.
Second. All in favor of removing this nomination from the table signify by saying aye. Aye. The motion carries. I ask for a motion to discuss this nomination. So moved.
Second.
All in favor of discussion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the confirmation of Paul Lloyd signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. Can I please have a motion? Can I please have a motion to confirm Rennie Pelletier of Wolfboro as the Director of Division of Water at the Department of Environmental Services?
Second.
Any discussion? Councilor Kenny.
I just want to thank Rennie for his 53 years of service, and he's being nominated for another term, and he's my go-to guy in my backyard when I need environmental issues to be resolved, and he's very good, he's very easy-tempered, he's very knowledgeable, and has a great staff that works with him, that works with the state of New Hampshire, so thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Leo Hills.
Thank you. I also want to recognize the incredible depth of knowledge and experience that Rainey brings to the state of New Hampshire. When he first joined the state, we were facing an environmental crisis in our nation around acid rain and a lot of other pollution. And reflecting on his over 50 years in state service is an opportunity to also reflect on how far we've come and a lot of challenges that we've overcome as a state and as a nation with regard to the environment. And yet here we are also looking at a new environmental crisis around PFAS and cyanobacteria. And so I appreciated the chance to speak with Rainey, and I appreciate that he's willing to continue bringing his wisdom and his insights to the work at DES. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the confirmation of Rennie Pelletier as the Director of Division of Water at the Department of Environmental Services, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. Can I please have a motion to confirm H. Andy Cruz of Bedford to the Lottery and Gaming Commission?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilor Stevens.
Thank you, Governor. I'm pleased to support the reappointment of Andy Cruz to the New Hampshire Lottery and Gaming Commission. Andy has brought exceptional business acumen, executive leadership, and sound judgment to the Commission during a period of unprecedented growth and success for the New Hampshire Lottery. Under his tenure, the lottery has achieved record-breaking revenues and returns for public education while successfully navigating the expansion of charitable gaming, sports wagering, and other emerging opportunities. What I particularly appreciate about Andy's service is his approach to governance. He views his role not as a manager of day-to-day operations, but as a member of the board of directors with a clear emphasis on fiduciary responsibility, accountability, oversight, and long-term strategic planning. That perspective has served the Commission and the taxpayers of New Hampshire exceptionally well. Thank you.
Councilor Stevens.
Thank you, Governor. I want to also say that this is a nominee that brings exceptional skill, especially in the finance area. And I know that when I spoke to Andy about his work at Lottery, he's also brought the acumen that Councilor Stevens talks about to the Lottery Commission and helped, especially with the negotiation of the DraftKings issue, where the state received an abundant amount of revenue up front with a deal that at the time was the right deal for New Hampshire, and Andy was involved with that. And I also go back many years with Andy Cruz, and when he started Veterans Comp back in the early 2000s, Andy served as the first finance manager, and I've watched him closely, firsthand knowledge of his great experience in helping the community, and he wouldn't even know what type of party affiliation. He just does the right thing at all times. So I support his nomination wholeheartedly, especially for my district. Thank you, Governor.
Any further discussion of this nomination? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Let me just take a moment. Thank you for the confirmation. Andy Cruz is one of those players who never says no when New Hampshire needs something. He helped me head up my transition. He gave so many hours to the state in terms of, a new governor trying to help put together a team and a budget, and, he's an incredible public servant, so I appreciate that, and I want to thank him for his service to the state and willingness to continue to serve. And of course, he brings a great business background to help the state on such important issues like the Lottery Commission. Can I please have a motion to confirm Sean Snover of Milford to the Public Water Access Advisory Board?
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion carries. Can I please have a motion to confirm Jess Pulaski of Greenland to the Community College System of New Hampshire? So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. The motion carries. Can I please have a motion to confirm Cassidy E. Barrett of Concord to the Community College System of New Hampshire?
Yes, so
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. Can I please have a motion to confirm Aspen Langlois of Berlin to the Volunteer New Hampshire Board of Directors?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilor Kenny.
Thank you, Governor. I just think this is an excellent choice. Aspen comes from a family of public servants in the Berlin area herself. She's been involved in many youth activities and is seeking a career that's going to do her well. She'll probably make that known pretty soon. But she's someone who's involved in her community and she's going to be a great addition to the Volunteer New Hampshire Board of Directors.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the nomination of Aspen Langlois to the Volunteer New Hampshire Board, signify by saying aye. Aye. The motion carries. Can I please have a motion to confirm Ovid M. Lamontagne of Manchester to the Ballot Law Commission?
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? Councilor Kenny?
Ovid's run statewide 3 times, so I think this is a good position for him to have, the Ballot Law Commission. He understands election law, has followed it for years, and I think he'll be a great addition, and he's all around good guy.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
No. Up next, we have nominations. The motion carries. Up next, we have nominations. Moving to the list of nominations, as the Director of the Operations Division of the New Hampshire Department of Transportation, I nominate Timothy M. Booty of Barrington. To the New Hampshire Veterans Home Board of Managers, I nominate Janice Oscar of Tilton. To the Community College System of New Hampshire, I nominate Diane P. Fitzpatrick of Manchester. To the Board of Licensed Foresters, I nominate Greg Jordan of Stratford. To the Board of Veterinary Medicine, I nominate Shannon A. Moynihan of Northampton. That concludes the list of nominations for today's meeting. Moving on, I ask for a motion to adopt the consent agenda with the exception of item 4D. Second. Are there any items you would like to remove from the agenda? Councilor? Councilor?
2A, Governor?
2A. Okay, 2A. Other councilors have other items they'd like to remove. Councilor Stephen?
5E.
5E. Councilor Kenny?
Yes, Governor. 4F.
4F. 4F, okay. So, Councilor Stephen?
5H.
5H. All right, any further removals? Hearing none, let me just make sure I have this correct. So we are taking off the consent agenda 2A, 4F, 5E, and 5H. Is that correct? Okay, with the exception of those items, all in favor of the consent agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. Now we will move on to item 2A. Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Is there a second? Discussion on item 2A. Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Governor and Councilors.
Good morning, Commissioner. How are you today?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing well. I do have a question, somewhat related, but our state library position, 18 months ago, monthly work left us. Of course, Michael was there for 25 years, so it's kind of tough to replace him. But I noticed a constituent that reached out to me and asked me if I would ask a question, but there's a lot of positions in the state library that don't. So are we meeting the demands of our state library system in the state?
So I'm actually working with our Assistant State Librarian in Indianapolis to determine what additional positions need to be posted. We have received waivers to post additional, we have a few positions in progress right now, and we're hiring for those, and we will be likely seeking another waiver for another position shortly. But I think, it's, obviously with, state government staffing shortages it's not a secret. That's a difficult challenge, and we are working to try to meet the demands of the public. Most recently, we did reopen the state library full hours. So I think we're meeting that demand, but yeah, we do need to hire some additional staff to fill these rooms.
And lastly, the state library position itself, the leadership position, I know you've looked at some applicants, but are we moving towards a national search, or are we going to look from within, or what are we doing on that front?
We are continuing to work with the governor's office on a search. We have broadcasted. It's something we are entertaining, potentially doing a further search outside of New Hampshire. We have posted it externally, so anybody could apply. So I can get back to you with more information, but we are doing a search right now for that position. And it's, as you can imagine, that is a difficult position to fill. The requirements are such that you need a master's degree in library science, and so the field is very narrow for the folks who meet those requirements. And so we are still undertaking that search, looking for the right candidate.
Okay, thank you.
Governor, I want to follow up on that.
Councilor Stephen?
So, Commissioner, is Ms. Atwood right now serving the role as the state librarian?
She is serving as the assistant state librarian.
So there's no state librarian. She's not being paid at the state librarian level, is she?
That's correct. She's not being paid at the state librarian level. We are working together to fill the gaps in the lack of a state librarian, but she's not being paid at the state librarian level.
Any further questions? Hearing none, all in favor of item 2A signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item carries. Can I have a motion and a second on item 4F? Second. Any discussion? Councilor Penny? Attorney General?
Good morning, Councilor. John, I think you're going to be up there a lot today, but good to see you this morning. Oh, good. This good. No, I just wanted to point out a very positive, shout out to Karen and Dempsey, the report that she just recently did on North Country Healthcare, which is a 25-page report. And for the council's benefit, several months ago, there's a citizens group up in Lancaster, kind of the Friends of Leeds State Hospital, who had questions about the delivery of services that North Country Healthcare is providing. And so they brought it to the attention of Senator Rocher and myself, along with the Attorney General's office, and Karen Dempsey was really kind of the lead when it comes to this review. And And I was looking at kind of, senior corporate pain, disparity, looking at the delivery of services, looking at board structure, whether or not they had the right board members on there. And it was looking at the overall kind of perception of the hospital and, North Country Health conducted listening sessions. But Mary Ann Dempsey was a driving force behind this review. She did it in a very diplomatic way. I'm looking at the report here. She conducted more than 20 stakeholder interviews. And so she diligently and deliberately went through this process that's not always a glamorous process to go through to figure out what was really going on in North Country Health. One is to make sure the North Country people were getting healthcare services from this hospital group, but also holding them accountable and letting the North Country Health know that there was some concern within the communities in Northern New Hampshire about the delivery of services. And my personal pet peeve was really the board of directors. And, I think we talked about this, Governor, when you have a capture board where management is telling the board members what to do, it should be the other way around. The board of directors should be telling management what to do. And so that would be my message to North Country Health leadership. Continue to do those listening sessions, continue to work, obviously with your employees, but more importantly, work with the board of directors and the citizens group who really rely on those services, particularly our most vulnerable and our, the older population in Northern New Hampshire. If they don't have access to health care up there, they're either going to move or they're going to be frightened. So I think this has been a very good learning lesson, but we also need to, keep it up and make sure that North Country Health delivers on their promises. So I think Mary Ann Dempsey did an outstanding job on this review, so I just want to convey that.
Thank you, Counselor. Yeah, she did excellent work, and there's some important findings that come out of that report and some requirements that North Country Healthcare has to meet, and we'll be working closely. They're working hard and watching closely to make sure they meet those requirements. There will be an independent board consultant ensuring that they meet those benchmarks, that we rebuild the board and we get it back running well and serving the North Country.
And lastly, I support her pay raise.
Thank you.
Very good. Any further questions for the Attorney General? I want to share with the councilors accommodations of the charitable trust unit and certainly Mary Ann Dempsey, and this is a very important issue, so I know that you as Attorney General will keep your eye to make sure they follow through on this, and I certainly know myself and Councilor Kenny will be as well.
That's your government.
Thank you. All in favor of item 4F, signify by saying aye. Aye. The item carries. I ask for a motion and second on item 5E.
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? Is Commissioner Scott present? Or, right, newly confirmed?
Morning, Governor, members of the council, Randy Pelletier, Environmental Services.
Thank you, Randy, and again, it was a pleasure voting for your position. I have a question on this issue, and I support this whole hard Goffstown needs this dam removed.
Yeah.
There was $1 million that went to this removal back, I believe it was like February 23. There's delays, obviously. So only a couple $100,000 has been spent. So my only question is, you're asking for continuation of this contract and it's ARPA dollars till September 15, 26. I want to, one, make sure you have enough time, and two, that these funds will not go away if you come back and it's further delays needed, because this is needed for the town.
Yeah, these are ARPA funds, as you well know, and they have to be spent by December of 26. Talking with the dam managers, that they do believe September is plenty of time, and the reason it was so slow coming is that it was the time period when the Army Corps at the national level was kind of stepped aside, and they were in la la land, so to speak. So that was the permitting time, and that's why this thing has been delayed. But everybody's now on track. They've approved the permit. We've approved the permit, obviously, and I have full belief this will be completed.
So I just, final point here, because it's, ARPA funds are gonna go away in December and the construction season is short. Will you at least make sure your department stays on top of the contractor here to make sure they fulfill this obligation, so you're not coming back in September and it's complete?
Yeah, I will tell you, every week, all programs within the department meet to make sure that the expenditure of ARPA money is on task.
And I know the governor's watched that closely too, so I appreciate that. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We were definitely not in La La Land. We'll make it happen. So, all in favor of item 5 at E, signify by saying aye. Aye. The item carries. Ask for a motion and a second on item 5H. So moved. Any discussion?
Yes. Question?
Good morning, Katya Fox, Director of Division for Behavioral Health for HHS.
Good morning, Director. My question on this item is, and being a member of the Y, I always go in and meet some of the veterans that use this service, which is great, and I think this is a very positive thing for our state. And I wish other healthcare facilities would come forward and do something on a voluntary basis, and not have to have the state funds, because we do so much, and nonprofits do so much. My issue here is, this is an extension again. There's $800,000 that was given for memberships for families and veterans that are at active duty as well. I think it's free to, I did some research, and it's free for active duty, and the family members get a discount. Wonderful. What is the Y though doing to outreach? Because we're at a point where, and I don't know how many funds are remaining, it doesn't tell us, but you're asking for a continuation because all these dollars were not expended. And now it says we're going to serve 400 families. So the question is, what is the Y doing to make sure that they work with the Guard, that they work with individually in community, that they're reaching out, doing the best job they can to meet the needs of veterans in the community? And are we going to be able to use these dollars appropriately? Because I know it's an important need.
Thank you, Counselor, for those questions. Those are questions we ask ourselves when this comes up for renewal. So Colonel Oberman is here, and I think that he could answer some more program-specific questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Colonel Rich Oberman. I'm the State Surgeon and the Director of Personnel for the New Hampshire Army National Guard, representing Major General Michael Hayes today. So right now, the process currently is when the YMCA does the advertisement to the community, and there's two different programs. There's an active duty program that the active duty pays to the Y for remote service members. And this program is specifically for those that don't qualify for that, as well as the currently active service members in the Guard or any other component. So this is not just Army. So Army, Air, Navy, Marines, anybody that doesn't qualify for that other program that currently serves in New Hampshire or resides in New Hampshire. The New Hampshire Guard is the verification, so we verify eligibility in years and communicate that back on sometimes multiple times a week, depending on how many people are requesting enrollment. And the program is very similar to the state's program for state employees' healthcare, exercise benefit. So they have three options. They can use the YMCA, they can use reimbursement to any other gym. So if you're in the North Country with no access to a military gym, no access to YMCA, you can request reimbursement from the local gym up there. And then the third piece is equipment reimbursement. So it's one or the other. And currently, right now, YMCA memberships is 66% utilization, 27% for non-YMCA, and 7% for equipment reimbursement. We validated over 1,000 service member applications, and currently the National Guard has over 500 folks utilizing the program, with a total of around 800 service members. Some of them were duplicates or people that weren't qualified, maybe a retiree who recently retired that was requesting access to the YMCA, and under this program they don't qualify. I can't speak to how much money is left over. That's between the Bureau of Drug and Alcohol as the contract and the YMCA.
Do you, the next question, do you know?
Before we take another question, I'd like to interrupt just to introduce the kids and then we can go further. Thanks, Colonel. Thanks, Counselor. Who do we have here?
We have students from Enfield.
Excellent.
Terrific. Well, good morning, everyone. It's so nice to have you here at the State House and some of my special friends. Nice to see you go to church together. And I see we also have Representative Cascadin, so it's nice to have you visiting. I know you have a child in this class too. We are meeting here with the governor here at the head of the table, and there are 5 of us on the Executive Council. Councilor Joe Kenny represents all the way up to Canada, his district. My district, which is where we live, is the western part of New Hampshire. Councilor Janet Stevens represents the Seacoast area. Councilor John Stephen represents Manchester and the towns around that city. And Councilor Dave Wheeler represents Nashua and Milford and the towns in that part of the state. And we meet twice a month. We get to do the work. You can see all of our, you see our piles and piles of homework here. We are going to be voting on all of these contracts, and they can range from, well, we're going to be talking about roads in just a little bit. The Department of Transportation will be coming up, and we'll be voting on some projects about roads and bridges and those kinds of things. So that's the kind of work that we get to do. Are you having a nice visit to the State House? Yes. It's a pretty exciting place to be, isn't it? One of my favorite things is the Krista McAuliffe statue out front. So if you haven't had a chance to see it, I hope you'll be sure to take a look, because it's a kind of a special statue where she looks like she's really walking. It's amazing how a statue can look like it's alive. So be sure to take a look at that. And I think that the governor is happy to shake your hand. You can come along this way and do a fist bump or whatever. But thank you for coming, you guys. All right, good.
That's doing good.
How are you today?
How's everything in Enfield?
Thanks for coming.
Nice time.
Thanks for
How you
coming.
doing? How's Enfield? Anybody from Shaker Village?
So nice to have you guys here. Thanks for coming.
Yes.
Thank you. Hi, thanks for coming. All right. It's nice on a day like today. The Golden Dome is really bright, isn't it? Thanks for coming, you guys. Thanks for coming. Nice to see you. It's a lot of homework, isn't it? Thank you for coming. Okay. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's so nice. And thanks so much for coming. Yeah, it's great to have you guys. All right. Yes. Yeah, they should have said that. I should have said
So, Counselor, you had a follow-up, and I don't know if you left on this question or.
Yeah, just, thank you, Governor. The amount of money left over?
Yeah, I apologize, I don't have that right here, but I will have it. As you know, I have 18 more items on the agenda, so be happy to get that with you now.
Can you send that?
Yeah, and the good news is that we are able to continue the program with no additional funds. The Governor's Commission has supported this all along, and we do believe that the funding will be adequate for the contract period.
So one final thing, something I learned today. So I know the Veterans Commons involved in a pilot program right now with 26, they're trying to get 20 to 26 members of active duty and also get them involved in wellness programs. And they're working with the Executive Health Club in Manchester as a start. Did you say that other clubs like the Executive if that pilot were to go, that they can actually reach out to the Y to receive some of these dollars? Is that how it works?
Yes, sir. So they wouldn't reach out directly to the Y. The service member would apply, we would validate that they're eligible, and then they could request reimbursement from the YMCA as they're managing their contract.
So the YMCA would then pay reimburse Executive Health Club?
No, they would reimburse the service member.
Or the individual? Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Colonel. All in favor of item 5F, excuse me, H, signify by saying aye. Aye. The item carries. I ask, moving on to regular agenda, I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 6 through 25 from the Department of Transportation. Second. Any discussion on these items? Councilor Leo Hill.
Good morning, Governor, councilors. My name is David Gartree, Department of Transportation.
Good morning, Commissioner. There's a very distressing situation happening on the rail trail in the Andover section where it's been reported, and I have not seen it firsthand myself, but I've seen photos that an abutter has placed jersey barriers and is obstructing access to the rail trail, and claiming that DOT doesn't have the authority to use that rail trail there. Obviously, this is a major concern. Cycling season is off to a great start, and people are very concerned. This is a really special treasure in New Hampshire. It's almost 60 miles, I think, of continuous rail trail, and it's an important part of our quality of life. Outdoor recreation is a really important part of our state economy, and I know there are a lot of people who are really concerned and how this is impacting the cycling season and the summer tourist season. Can you talk about, can you give us an update on what efforts are being taken in the department to make sure that we can take care of this obstruction and get the rail trail back open as soon as possible?
Yes, I can. First, I want to start out by we share your concern, and this is alarming to us. As soon as this property owner started going to the measures that he did, our office worked with the Attorney General's office and ENCR and contacted Department of Safety as well to make sure that we have a plan. We have some documentation to put together so that we have a very clear path forward. As soon as that documentation is together, we'll again review it with the Attorney General and we'll take the appropriate action at that time. It is a concern to us and it's a top priority for us to move forward with this. The NCR has been involved with us through this whole process as well.
Thank you. Do you expect that we will be able to resolve this in the near future so that we can, so that people can benefit, the rail trail can be back open in time for summer activities?
I do expect we will. While I can't give you a firm schedule today, I can tell you we're pushing as hard as we can to wrap this up as soon as possible. And I would be very surprised if it goes into July.
Commissioner, do we have a right of way there? Or would we have legally a right of way?
We do have a right of way there, yes.
All right, well, we'll enforce our right of way. Yeah, definitely. So, maybe Devin, you want to?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that. So what's happening right now is a title search to confirm exactly what our rights are property. Because if we're going to take legal action, the trespass action, apply title action, you have to have a recent title search. So yes, you believe that's what we have, but we've had to confirm that. And that's the documentation the commissioner is talking about. So that as we're looking at our options and what legal action we take, we have to have that title search. So that's what we're trying to do.
And do you feel confident that we will be able to get this matter resolved so that we can still benefit from summer season and get that trail open?
I feel confident we'll be able to take action as a high likelihood of success soon. Yeah, I can never guarantee what legal action, what the outcome is going to be. Yes, in the short term, I feel confident we'll be able to take action as a high likelihood of success.
I just want to impress on everyone the urgency of this matter. It's really important, not just to my constituents, but to, I think, people across the state who share this. So.
Absolutely, Councilor. Everyone's acting with the sense of
Thank you.
Councilor Stevens?
Thank you, Governor. For more than 2 weeks, residents and visitors have been turned away from a beloved public asset that serves over 150,000 people annually. From cyclists and runners to families pushing baby joggers, the Northern Rail Trail is one of New Hampshire's most treasured recreational resources. The fact that there's currently no state-approved detour around this 1-mile blockage only compounds the disruption and frustration experienced by trail users. This is a significant safety risk for riders who are seeking alternative routes. Reports indicate that sections of the trail infrastructure were removed by the aggravated angry abutter to facilitate placement of barriers, and that the individual responsible intends to keep them in place indefinitely, unless and until the state intervenes. Such unilateral action is unacceptable. No private individual has the authority to hijack a public trail and deny access to thousands of residents and visitors while legal questions are being resolved. To the abutter, the longer this languishes, the longer and greater their merit is for this case. The New Hampshire DOT must immediately clarify the status of this closure, confirm whether these barriers remain in place, and communicate what actions are being taken to restore public access. Additionally, questions have been raised regarding the ownership history of the land in question. Has the abutter been paying property taxes for the land in question? These issues deserve a full and transparent review. Regardless of any ongoing legal dispute, the public should not be held hostage by this angry abutter. The Northern Rail Trail belongs to the people of New Hampshire, and access to this critical recreational corridor must be restored without delay. Thank you.
Councilor Kenny?
Yeah, thank you, Governor. Well, this particular issue, I used to represent Andover, is kind of creeping into my district as well. I've had a few legislators reach out to me and say what's going on. I want to appreciate the Attorney General's approach to this matter, doing due diligence. We need to de-escalate the situation, not elevate it. There are reasonable people in the state government. If there's a dispute, we'll work with this person. I mean, it's unfortunate that there's a disruption of this 59-mile trail, and you hope that the person, would come to a good reason, but at the same time, I'm not sure who we're dealing with, but you've got to do it in a reasonable fashion as well. There is a detour sign up there. Can someone explain what that detour sign means and how disruptive that is?
Yes, so we do not have a detour for that section. When the trail was first closed, it's my understanding that a trail group did install detour signs. The department does not believe that Route 4 through that area is a suitable detour. We do not want to put a posted detour for that route. We think that people using the trail should make their own decisions as to whether or not they continue, and if they choose to, how they do that most safely for themselves and their families.
And the Jersey barriers that were put up, who is the owner of the Jersey barriers?
I don't know who owns them. I presume the gentleman who placed them there, the Greek landowner who placed them.
So is it understood that this landowner also has construction equipment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that he's probably arguing that he has an agricultural easement across that right away?
I have not heard that argument.
Okay. And does that individual own property on both sides of that road?
Yes, they do.
Okay. So obviously, I hope we can work it out in a peaceful way, and we don't ask you that it's in the New Hampshire way. And he has to understand that, while he has, what he thinks are land rights, but we have our rights as a state to make sure the public enjoys that that access of 59-mile trail system, because I remember going to ribbon cutting in the Boston one many years ago, and it's just an asset to the state of New Hampshire. Hope we can keep it open, keep up the good work. Thank you.
You have our attention, and we will move forward as quickly as we can.
Any further questions for the commissioner on this item or any other items? Councilor Stevens.
On item 8, Commissioner, I just want to, I've got a couple of issues on the mobility management contract. Can you first explain to me, when I looked at this contract, 5311 section, rural transit allowance line was taken out. What was the reason for that? Is it $5310? And it doesn't include any rural dollars or rural aspect to this transportation management program?
Yes, I'm going to ask Deputy Commissioner Winters to take that question.
Thank you. Can you repeat the question, sir?
Yeah, there's a couple of sections of the contract, with the agreement to continue this contract, where the 5310 section is lined out, zeroed out. What was the reason for that?
The reason is that we're using the FTA Section 5310 funds, which are for seniors and individuals with disabilities. We have the discretion to use those funds statewide. So instead of using the 5311 rural funds, which we could use for advanced transit, Concord air transit, tri-county cap, or fixed route demand response, we decided to use a pot that we had available, which is serving seniors and individuals with disabilities with no restrictions to the geographic makeup of the community.
Okay, so that does not mean that the rural areas of the state won't get this type of service?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then further clarification on this. One, I keep saying in here that it seems to be working in terms of what Councilor Kenny and I saw early on, that when we were doing the rural health transformation, there was no real coordination, good active coordination between transportation on the 5310 dollars at least, and Department of Health and Human Services and the Regional Coordinating Council and all the stuff, and we had a meeting here with all of them. And it seems like the coordination now is really starting to happen the way meeting the governor's vision in the rural health. And I love what I'm seeing here. I know Councilor Kenny and I have been concerned about the lack of transportation dollars immediately going up to the North Country. And we want to see more action in that end. So I want to make sure I understand you are working with Go North. But we have another item here from the Department of Health and Human Services, which I liked when I saw. They said they're only doing a 1-year extension on transportation with their broker. Only 1 year. Because of the rural health and transformation dollars are not yet, and the vision hasn't actually been articulated into implementation. Why? This is asking for 2 years versus a 1 year. And so that, I'm just asking, do you have the leverage? I know in the P37 you can terminate a contract, right? At any time?
Yes. So we met with Go North, including Dr. Lozo and her staff. We talked about this project and the 2-year extension. We reached out again last week because we knew they had an item. We decided the 2 years provides that bridge and that safety net as they may onboard, and it will give us a transition. We do have in the contract, and our contractor is aware that if Go North picks up this position or this endeavor, that we may terminate early, so the contractor is aware of it. But again, just giving some cushion, not knowing how quickly the Go North implementation will be, or whether they'll have a position that will fulfill the sufficiency of what we're trying to do here, which is maintaining a statewide contact for the 8 rural mobility managers throughout the state. So we'll continue to have meetings with Go North as appropriate.
Excellent. So that $203,000 for the last fiscal year could potentially be brought into leverage dollars and expand scope with regard to Go North. And this could change at some point in the next year.
Correct, because we're using the 5310 funds that we talked about for seniors and individuals with disabilities. If we didn't use it for mobility management, we could deploy that to the 8 regions and do regional mobility management or purchase services for seniors and individuals with disabilities. So we're talking about the future flexibility, but we had a 2-year maximum contract amendment, so in consultation with Go North, we thought it was safer and more appropriate to buy that time for the state.
I appreciate that. I have no further questions.
Any further, oh, Councilor Stevens.
Thank you, Governor. Agenda items 18 and 20, these are two contracts involving the sale of state-owned property at the Harris Pond Condominium Association facility in Merrimack. My question is, are these two condos presently vacant or are they occupied?
I believe these two are occupied, and I believe the sale is to the occupant, but I would need a minute to review the documentation to confirm that.
Okay. It was estimated that these properties would go, the market value was $370,000, and we're paying a real estate commission of 5%. So this realtor felt that 340 was suitable for the $17,000 commission fee. So at the end of the day, we come out with $324,000, well below the 370. I would like to table these items just to get, more information on how these properties were marketed, promoted.
Thank you. Just so I can be clear, what numbers are those?
Numbers 18 and 20.
So there's a motion and a second on items 18 and 20. Councilor Leo,
Can we just ask that,
yes,
to hear what the consequences of
you can ask these, we haven't voted on it yet, so.
Yes, so I think the consequences are, I think we have purchase and sales agreements that are at or near their expiration dates. Again, I do believe these were former tenants. I don't think that tabling these is anything that we cannot work our way through. So I think if they're tabled, we can work our way through. I do want to say that we believe working with the realtor got us the most money for these properties. There was a market analysis done to come up with the cost that these projects were, or these properties were advertised for, which is significantly higher than the assessed value that the towns had. That was the minimum that we would sell these for. And we think the process worked well, but if the council would like further explanation, we'll provide that in the next couple of weeks.
Councilor Wheeler.
It's my understanding that these state-owned properties, this is several in my district here were taken from the circumferential highway that we're not building. It's my understanding that the town, in this case Merrimack, is the first shot at buying these.
Yes.
And the process is that the owners get the second shot at buying these.
I was not aware that the owners had the exclusive second shot. I think
At market value.
at market value, yes.
So, with it being that simple, $17,000 commission sounds like the realtor didn't have to invest a whole lot in it, and maybe we should be doing appraisals for $1,000, and if it goes out beyond the current occupant, that's another story. But just my thoughts, so I'm willing to take a look at this for a couple of weeks and see if there's a better way to do it.
Any further discussion before we vote on the motion to table item 18 and 20? Hearing none, all in favor of tabling items 18 and 20, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The items are tabled. Are there any further discussions for the commissioner on other items? Hearing none, all in favor of items 6 through 25, accepting items 18 and 20, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The items carry. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda item 26 from the Department of Information Technology. So moved. Second, any discussion on this item? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. The item carries. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 27 through 30 from the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services. So moved. Second, any discussion of these items? Councilor Stephen.
Good morning, Governor and Councilors. My name is Nicole Desiree Bixler. I'm the Deputy Adjutant General for the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services.
Hello, Deputy Adjutant General. I have a question on number 29 in a couple of areas. And this is, I understand, marketing effort targeted towards veterans services. And I don't disagree with the need. I have a couple of questions, so I just want to make sure.
Yes, sir.
The second bidder here, Hello Clark, we didn't get to see the price proposals. Do you know how much they did on this contract?
This is item 29.
Yes.
Correct.
The winning bidder was $130,000.
I could get that information for you, sir. I don't have that with me today. I could ask my Director Frazier is here. He heads up our division of community-based military programs, and this is one of his contracts. Do you know the answer to that?
Thanks. I would have to look up as well. My recollection was perhaps they didn't meet the standard for the overarching level of competence, and so we didn't open up that column. But we'll do the research, get back to you, and share that number with you.
But there's no indication here that they were separated out from the final evaluation. This final evaluation identifies 10 points basically for the price proposal, 10%, which is low. But 130,000, their bid could be $75,000. I don't know. I would like to know what their bid was before I feel comfortable. I really like where you're going, but I want to make sure of another question on this. I spoke to a constituent of mine who runs the Swim with a Mission, and a lot of the folks that are in the veteran community doing volunteer work are going to be instrumental to this success of, I believe, this marketing effort. And I understand from them there's no attempt to reach out to those folks about trying to identify, is this even a needed service? If this is going to help, or maybe I know Councilor Kenny mentioned a while back at meetings about a handbook for some of these veterans to really use and utilize going forward. And all I want to make sure is a commitment that the vendor chosen here is going to be reaching out to these stakeholders that are critical. And I know the Swim with a Mission, for example, brings 50 or so organizations each year together to talk about these gaps and where the services are for the veterans.
Sir, absolutely. We routinely engage and collaborate with Swim with a Mission. They're part of our New Hampshire First for Veterans initiative. We meet with them about monthly. We meet with them probably every other week on raising awareness with respect to finding a home, finding a job, finding health care for transitioning service members and veterans. So I would say we're routinely engaged with Swim with a Mission, but I can certainly share the concerns that you raised with them to make sure we're fully collaborating.
Yeah, and again, my issue isn't about your agency. I think you do a great job doing that. My issue is if this contract goes to WeDo, people there that don't really understand the great work that you all do are going to have to step up and learn, but they're going to know have to know who these key stakeholders are. So it's really the vendor being able to reach out to these stakeholders. That's the commitment I want to hear.
Sir, I think that's what you get with Director Frazier. So he is the contact person to work directly with the vendor and make sure that the entire collaborative process works for, and this is a major part of our New Hampshire First for Veterans program, and that's a huge collaboration, and SWAM is part of that.
Okay.
SWAM Commission.
I'm not going to have an issue and move to table and delay. Please tell me what that second vendor cost was, or
Absolutely, sure.
they're
We will do that.
And in the future, when you give us a contract that has a scoring sheet, I think it's going to be beneficial to at least me and others to know what the price proposals were. And so I'd like to see that in the future.
So a more comprehensive scoring
It doesn't, all it needs is another one column, just identifying what the price
price.
proposal for these vendors that actually did go to final review by the committee, which I think the committee was very well involved. It's just, I can't tell if this vendor, second vendor, came in at a substantially lower price. And what was the reason? Well, they received 10%, but maybe they lost on other points. And I can ask other questions if I want. But I think that information is important. Nothing further I need to say about that.
Yes, sir, we'll get that information for you.
Thank you.
Councilor King.
Thank you. Love marketing for veterans, just sounds right, sounds like the right thing to do. So years ago, I passed a law that would require a handbook. You're going to give out to veterans who came on that duty. And it kind of went from a physical handbook to an electronic handbook that you would send to a paper link, probably military departments, website or something. But when we're marketing to veterans, obviously the veteran service organizations are very critical, and they have a role in that for sure. But in the military, kind of the exit process of coming out of the military, veterans know what services are available, unless they're kind of displaced or moving on to a different state, they're not familiar how to access services and whatnot. But is your intent to put this $130,000 predominantly into brochures? Are you going to do PSAs, or are you going to do social media interaction? How are you going to?
All of the above, sir, yes.
All of the
All
above?
of them, yes. Including, and we have, well, I don't know if we do this, maybe, you can come in.
So Ruby is the D-Tag shared all of the above, from digital to analog, public service announcements, social media. We are reinvigorating the New Hampshire Veterans Resource Guide, so they'll be able to have that both digitally and or in a handbook.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Some people like it like this, like paper sometimes.
We know.
We don't like digital stuff always, but no, if you had something to a corporate coming off that computer, they can book and then go down and stop looking for it. Or have more than so I appreciate that, and I just realized what the DTAG means. Okay, thank you.
It's the military, there's always an acronym.
We have an acronym for everything, sir.
Councilor Steven.
One more item for item number 30. I need to ask why we're spending $75,000 of taxpayer money asking to redesign or help our website. And I know we need to probably do a better job and outreach. And when I was commissioner, I had state staff employees that did this for me. Designing a website isn't that difficult. And I understand, why is it so complex that we have to go outside of, we have a great commissioner here, DOIT. Why? Is it just that our state of New Hampshire doesn't have good qualified people that can design websites?
Sir, we don't have any state employees that are good at websites. That is
well, that's
true.
a shock.
This is a collaboration with DOIT, and Commissioner Goulet is coming up here to reinforce what I'm saying.
Well, and honestly, this is one where I really want us to up our game on the veterans website. And this is one that actually, Whom with a Mission has been directly involved with us in how do we make a much more easy to interface website with hyperlinks and all kinds of things that are much more, I mean, Commissioner Goulet and his group are very capable of creating a website, but the complexity of this one really is why we have a contract for it, and we've also engaged with, the groups that you referenced on that.
Thanks for the question. Dennis Goulet, I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Information Technology. New Hampshire is the only state that I'm aware of that has a single website platform with a simple set of design criteria for all of our websites. And it goes beyond the executive branch because other non-executive branch entities have adopted this platform as well. It's cost-effective, highly scalable, as proven during COVID when we were having hundreds of thousands of people hammering a single URL at the same time. One of the things and so every agency now depends on this platform running. And there is, so one of the things that we did is for basic content stuff, anybody in any agency that's properly trained can do that. And almost all of the content in the state is managed by state employees. And that will be the case once we get through this DNAB's team. We can teach them how to do this. We'll teach them how to fish. There's multiple ways of moving a website from an older platform or a less functional platform to this platform. There's a lift and shift, which is very inexpensive. It doesn't actually improve the user experience. If we want to improve the user experience, that takes expertise that's different than just web content. And that's a lot of what this is for. So we advise agencies to decide what their level of investment it should be based on what they're trying to accomplish. And as you heard the governor, this isn't just a lift and shift. This is just moving content from one platform to another. It's actually creating a better constituent experience. That expertise, we don't carry in-house. I have a staff of 4 that manages about 130 executive branch web properties. They're very lean. They spend most of their time consulting with agencies, helping them, teaching them how to do stuff. With emergencies, we do stuff for folks all the time as well, but it's a very skinny staff. That investment is quite low compared to other agency investments that I've seen historically, so I would say it's reasonable and appropriate in this case. Why would we bid it out? The platform itself, we have to be very careful who works on it, because it'd be very easy, because every agency is using the platform, it'd be very easy to make a mistake that would take all of the agencies down. So what we've been doing, in fact, we redid this not too long ago. We did maintenance and operation and for this assistance for us on this platform. Silvertech won on both price and capability. So we'll have to rebid, like any other platform, we'll have to rebid that maintenance and operation from time to time. But we're still, I think, in a period where it's valid to be continuing to leverage Silvertech. They've been a great partner. I feel like this is a fair price for this work. And I think they'll do an excellent job for DMAX.
Thank you.
Councilor Stevens.
Thank you, Governor. We currently have $3.9 million in contracts with Silvertech, $1.5 million for a multi-site platform, IKEA, the Drupal public-facing websites. But we also have a $2.4 million contract with Silvertech for content design strategy. Where do we stand with the balance on those contracts? And is it possible to access funds from those 2 contracts?
I have one contract with Silvertech right now.
With 2.
I think the state may have more than one, but I think the OIT has one. They help us with stuff that we're doing on the platform. They bring expertise on the platform, but I could be mistaken, but I'm only aware of one that I have with them, and that's the one that helps our team when we're going beyond just basic stuff on the platform. Although I'm aware that other agencies have used Silvertech for other things, so they actually support our disadvantaged stuff, properties and things like that. So maybe with the other contractors.
Yeah, I believe there is $2.4 million that was approved. I know we approved it for website content and design strategy with the vendor. I'm going to vote in support of this contract, but I do want to know the status of those 2 contracts.
Sure, we'll get back to you and clarify our relationship with Silvertech in a very complete way.
Great.
Follow up.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Or any other further for the DMAS firm? Hearing none, all in favor of items 27 through 30, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The items carry. Thank you. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 31 through 34 from the Department of Agriculture, Markets, and Food.
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The items carry. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 35 through 37 from the Department of Corrections.
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? Councilor Kane.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Mr. Commissioner.
At my age, it takes me a bit to get out of the chair.
Come on.
He's a Marine.
He's definitely a Marine. All right.
Okay. Commissioner, good morning. Because of the Marisol Mountain case, we were, one thing that around here, we were looking at the buying system here. I'm looking at your budget sheet, and you're asking for request to change contract to program services to $3,264. Can you explain the buying system? Who is, from a personnel standpoint, that's behind it? How many people are supporting it? And what this change is offering in this budget?
Yes, so there really isn't much of a change in this budget. There are 3 articles that you have to consider. The first one is simply acceptance of funds from the Department of Justice, that is the allocator, if you will, for these type of funds. The second one is a reduction in price negotiated by Acting Commissioner Director Skipper. As you may know, the buying system was down for approximately 4 months, from about May to about August, September last year, as a consequence of its inability to work well with the Course V8 system, which is our new offender management system. So because of that, Director Skipper negotiated a reduction in price for the buying system. And the third article is the going forward, which is a 3-year contract from, I think it's July 1 this year through July 1 or June 30, 2029.
So July of last year, we noticed was set in place control the buying system.
Councilor Jane Graham, the Department of Corrections, it was working for the counties, but not for the Department of Corrections. So our system's only maintaining the system for those who've already been convicted, but those who are going in and out of the jail system, each county has -5. So it wouldn't have affected, if it was a county, if he was in the county system, it wouldn't have affected that.
So my understanding of dealing with counties, myself and the council, Steve, looked at a few counties,
right,
that some of them were using it, some of them were not, or some were trying to get into the system or develop it. Did you say today that all 10 counties have the buying system?
Well, they had, they're supposed to have it, but we're all up right now. Sometimes there's periods where they'll go up and down, same with us, as you just heard.
Right.
I can only speak for the DOJ.
Okay.
Yeah, Counselor, I think all counties are using Vine, but Vine is for incarcerated individuals. So someone who's actually incarcerated in a house of corrections. I know what we talked about is electronic monitoring, so some different pretrial services, electronic monitoring for people who may not be incarcerated, but they might be out on bail under certain conditions, like contact orders, or there might be a protective order that prevents someone from coming within certain distance of a TV victim, for instance. That, not every county has. So Vine, every county is using Vine, but when we think of the tragic case in Berlin, Vine wouldn't have been relevant in that case, because as we talked about, it's not going to be, it's not an issue.
Yeah, okay. So we're making Vines bigger and better. It says more.
We're not expanding.
You don't
We're not expanding our services. We're essentially just renewing the services that we already have.
Okay.
Those notification services.
Okay. So if I want to check on someone, do I use Vine, or does, if I'm a victim, Vine comes to me? How does this work?
Well, so you can look through the website to see what the status is of the offender. They also send push notifications. So they'll send text, they'll call, whatever the victim gets to choose how they want to get that notification.
Okay.
And it, for our purposes, it will notify anytime there's a change in custody status. So if anytime they leave the facility, like probation, parole, any of those types of things, if they downgrade in custody status from like a general population status back out to the community to
to a transitional status, it'll notify them of that as well.
Okay, good. Thank you. And then Attorney General, while you're up there. Sorry. So myself and Council Steve, we're looking at trying to help out, the prison, pre-sentencing prison system up in Coast. Is there any opportunity for any money for consultants to review their pre-sentencing program up there?
Yes, we actually think we have a plan to start doing electronic monitoring in Coles County, so we don't even have to use a consultant. This will just be a little bit of extra money which we're fine, but we're still working on it through the code. So you are going to see an item still, but yes, there's money. Yes, there's a plan. We just have to finalize this with Coles County, and we're working on that.
Okay.
But because we're actually, I think, going to get something up and running, it's taking a little longer, but you will see. Soon.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Councilor Stephen?
Yeah.
Thank you, Governor. Commissioner Hart, Jessica. Good afternoon, Commissioner. Thank you for making this investment and holding the vendor financially accountable for when the system was down. It was truly a challenging time for staff and for victims. We do know that we have a federal grant to fund this system at our county facilities. And we do know, and this is probably a question for the Attorney General, that Rockingham County's line system was down. I'm not sure if it's functioning again, but we did have an issue again.
Yes, I believe the system is back up and running. I think the outage in Rockingham County was different than what DOC experienced, because I think, as we talked about a couple months ago, this was a planned outage because they had to make system improvements and system upgrades, so it wasn't unanticipated. So so this was a little bit different. Yes.
All right, thank you.
Councilor Stephen?
Thank you, Governor. Just the question I had in relation to what Councilor Kenny mentioned. You said, I think, Jane, you had said that there's no system enhancements. When I looked at this, it was the 3 years earlier were 109,000, and I think this one was 170. It was about a 35% increase. I figured it out. It was a 35 to 40% increase in price, and there's no enhancements. That's new to me. I thought there was some upgrade enhancements here. Why are we paying 35 to 40% increase?
If I could defer to
Yeah, thank you.
CFO Stone.
Lisa Stone, I believe it was because some funds were used for implementation to cover some of the costs for other years that were covered. And so 1 year, if you look at the old contract was $0, but it was because it was included in implementation costs. So the yearly price hasn't really increased. Once we went live, it hasn't increased that much.
So that implementation cost is not reflected in here?
So if you look at the original, fiscal year 23 was 50,000, fiscal year 24 was 0, and then fiscal year was 25,000. That was all part of like the total cost for those years. Whereas going forward, it was anticipated to be about 53,000 per year going forward, and then we got the discount of 20,000 for being down.
Okay, that explains it, and then there's no enhancements, really?
That's just continuation.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Leo Hill?
Thank you. I want to take a moment to express my disappointment that Michelle Edmark's nomination for Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Corrections has been withdrawn. Warden Michelle Edmark's nomination came to the Council at the urging of our recently appointed Corrections Commissioner, who has been tasked with turning around the Department of Corrections, where we are facing staffing shortages, including a vacancy rate of 50%, severe budget cuts, and dilapidated infrastructure. He told us that she is the right person to join his leadership team and help carry out this mission. Over the past 28 years, Michelle Edmark has dedicated herself to an extraordinary career at the Department of Corrections, where she started as a corrections officer and rose through the ranks to become warden of the Northern Correctional Facility and ultimately warden of the men's prison in Concord. She worked her way through school, earning both a bachelor's degree and a master's degree while serving the state. Few people in our state have the depth and breadth of experience that Michelle Edmark does at the Department of Corrections. She knows all 3 of our state prisons because she has worked in all 3 of them. She has significant institutional knowledge. I am deeply disappointed that the people of New Hampshire will lose the opportunity to benefit from her experience in this role. I believe this outcome is a disservice to our state, to the Department of Corrections, to the dedicated corrections professionals serving New Hampshire every day, and to Commissioner Hart as he works to strengthen and move the department forward. Public service is hard. Leadership is hard. And if we want good people to step forward, we need a process that treats nominees fairly and recognizes the difference between legitimate scrutiny and personal attacks. I want to thank Michelle Edmark for her decades of service to New Hampshire, and I hope she knows that her work and her commitment are valued.
Thank you, Councilor.
Are there any further questions for the Commissioner? Councilor Wheeler.
Just real quick, how's the study coming along for the new prison, $10 million study? Is that coming out shortly or?
Yes, I'm glad you asked that question. I discussed it recently with Councilor Stephen and Councilor Leo Hill. Yesterday, or perhaps the day before, I received all the information put together, and our question at this point is twofold. One is, when can we present it to you, and how would you like it presented? What we're happy to do is come perhaps in a specific meeting setting and make the presentation as to each of the elements that are sort of at bar in this situation. The ways of gaining approval, the financing issues, the construction issues, the placement issues. So we've got all that information compiled. We're kind of working through it to put it in a way that it can be digested, because it's, as you might imagine, a lot of information. But I kind of was on my agenda to speak to the governor about kind of teeing it up for schedule.
I've not had a chance to talk to the Commissioner about it. I think I'd like that opportunity. And then we can review it and then bring it. Obviously, we want to make sure that you receive the information as well.
Further question?
Councilman?
It's just like a public document that they publish, that it can be viewed and complete once you have a chance to digest it.
With the caveats that I researched, I'd like to completely change my opinion on this. My inclination would be, yes, to make it as much of a public document as we possibly can.
Great, thank you. I'm sure he'll consult with DHE, and we want to make as much public as we can. This is certainly a lot of public taxpayer dollars involved with this. Are there any further questions for the Commissioner? If there are none, I just want to say thank you, Councilor Leo Hill. This obviously not where this normally comes forward on the agenda, but I absolutely share what you expressed in terms of Michelle Edmark. I appreciate her service to the state, and I too worry that when you have people with qualifications like hers and the experience she has in the Department of Corrections, that I could not garner the votes of this council for someone so qualified. I have the same concerns. When I want the best people in this state with the best experience to come forward and serve the people of New Hampshire. So I will continue to endeavor as governor to nominate the very best people. I believe that Michelle Edmark is one of those, or I wouldn't have offered her on this agenda, but I had to withdraw her nomination because I did not have the support of this council. So with that, all who are in favor of the corrections items, from items 35 through 37, signify by saying aye. 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 The items carry. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you.
I ask for a motion to adopt agenda item 38 from the Public Utilities Commission. So moved.
Second?
Any discussion? Councilor Stephen?
Good morning, just tell me some comments.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just want to thank you for bringing this forward to us. When we had our hearing with this nominee, there were conflict issues that we thought we heard at the public hearing and we felt, but I had always felt that she was very qualified in terms of her ability to serve the state of New Hampshire. But because of those conflicts at the time, I guess it did not work out. And I didn't, and I thought that there would be a future, I know the governor mentioned that. And this tells me that you open a door for someone that's absolutely qualified in terms of her ability to help the state. And I thank you for that. And I want to just make sure I said that publicly.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you. I agree.
Any further questions for the Chair of the Public Utilities Commission on this question? Hearing none, all in favor of item 38, signify by saying aye. Aye. The item carries. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 39 through 42 from the Department of Business and Economic Affairs. So moved. Second. Any discussion? Councilor Leo Hill.
Lucy Knight, Commissioner of Business and Economic Affairs.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Where in the room?
Yeah, just over, but I'm
Commissioner, yes, thank you for bringing these items forward. It's always great to see the joint promotional programs. Of course, we're entering into the height of our summer tourist season. Can you talk a little bit about these are general funds, and we have precious few of those general fund dollars, but these funds really leverage a lot of other dollars. Can you talk about the multiplier effect that the joint promotional program has?
Yes, first and foremost is every one of them are matched. So the minimum match from the municipality or the nonprofit is asking and receiving hopefully these dollars. The piece that's very nice is there are usually a few of them that are more than a 50-50 match. And I think really what you're getting to is the ROI on these dollars. The ROI on these JPP dollars tends to be the $80 return on investment. So for every dollar it's spent, we tend to see around an $80 return on each of those dollars being spent. Is that what you're asking?
That's exactly what I was asking. Thank you. And then I know we spoke about this last week about the not broadband exactly, but the contract number 42, the contract that is actually the plan. So we're not going to be able to actually get fiber to the last 1% of homes, but there's an alternate plan here. This is notable because it is not every day that you have SpaceX contract on the agenda. But can you tell us, can you speak publicly a little more about this contract and why the state decided to go in this direction to achieve our 100% broadband goal?
Yes, Matt, I'm going to ask you just to back me up on what I'm going to say here. So Matt Conserva is the director for Broadband for us. And
that's Mr. Broadband.
It is. The really nice part of this is when we brought this forward and first submitted it, we were the first state that was able to negotiate a contract with Starlink to provide full deployment in areas that we otherwise cannot pull cable. So think about this as some of our mountainous areas, it economically doesn't make sense that we or any of our providers can make a financially acceptable plan to pull forward. And we did have some restrictions on the funding from the federal government on how much we could pay for each home passed, and which brought us then to having to provide some satellite options. And I think we've talked about this in this room before, where this is a really unique plan, where if this is an area that your home is being passed and being offered satellite access, you actually have 3 rounds of dish access. So if you sell your home and then you take the dish with you, the new homeowner has the opportunity also to get this service available to them. So it's a unique opportunity. We were the first state to get a negotiated contract with Starlink, and it did go out to bid. So this was not a required, you have to, by a direction of the federal fund. have to use this sole provider. We did have multiple applicants. They were the most cost effective in the response that they did put in. Did I miss anything? All right.
So if I understand it correctly, there were on the $100 million of funds that were available from the federal government during COVID days to build out our broadband infrastructure. Getting to the last 1% was too expensive to meet the guidelines attached to those federal funds. And this is a more cost-effective option. It was put up to bid. This is the most cost-effective response to those bids. And so this is how we're going to get to the final, to the 100%.
To the very rural areas, yes. The other piece that you see in here, which is the other broadband one, is also deploying of funds. Those were funds that we have a little bit more flexibility on. And that was the coronavirus capital fund that were also earmarked for broadband deployment. And this is funding to two other providers. They're not providers that are new to us. This is the Fidium and it is the electrical, NETC, yes. Acronyms again, so that was the one.
So how close are we to 100%? When are we going to be 100%?
Good performance is 4 years. You know, they're built out to 50,000 adders in 3 years. So for 5,000 adders, I imagine it couldn't be much better.
But Matt, when are we gonna have a big, yes, New Hampshire's #1? When can we have that celebration? All of us
You're
around
going to
the
see
table.
some cool stuff from us in the economic forum. We're actually leaning into the economic forum in the fall of this year to be a celebration of broadband, the success that we've had.
Are we still on track to be #1 100?
We are on track.
All right, keep it up. Let's go. You know, first in the nation primary, first broadband 100%. Lots of firsts for New Hampshire, we love it.
First constitution.
Oh, first state constitution, that's just the beginning. And #1 in so many ways.
Thank you.
Any further questions of the commissioner? Okay, hearing none, all in favor of items 39 through 42, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The items carried. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 43 through 50, with the exception of 44 from the Fish and Game Department.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? Council Wheeler?
Have some questions on item 50.
Good afternoon, Governor, members of the council, Dr. Stephanie Smith, Executive Director of the New Hampshire Fish and Game.
Thank you, Governor.
Give a little statement.
Yeah, we talked about this a little bit, Director, and but I've had some emails and saying that this person feels that we should be able to get more than just one bid. And can you tell us a little about the process? Who was notified to bid and such as that?
Yes, Counselor. So the most recent bid was solicited in February, and it was solicited for a period of 2 weeks. There were 2 known source vendors that were contacted and 312 what we call NIGP listed vendors that were contacted. And through that process, we only received 1 bid, and it was from the contract that you see here.
If we were to table this for a couple of weeks, so we could look into how the bids went out, if this is for another 5 years, and this contract just had this work for quite a while now, would that hinder any of the water situations? We still have some time left on the existing contract with this vendor so that the fish wouldn't be without water.
So the previous contract actually was, prior to this solicitation, we operated under an emergency sole source contract because of an emergency situation that we had. And that actually ended June of 25. So we're in a position where we'd like to get a contract moving forward, but we certainly would entertain continue to table this so we can get you more information. I will tell you though, what we've done is we worked with Department of Administrative Services to develop, we were trying to develop initially a formal state contract, but Fish and Game is the only entity that requires this service. So it was recommended to us that we go with a state agency contract. And because we were, in the past, we were doing it either on a biennial basis. It was suggested maybe we would consider a 5-year period because we have only had one vendor for the last several years actually bid on the work. And that's why we went with this direction.
So, and that may be the case, but there's at least some feeling out there that we should be able to get more bidders, and maybe we'll take a look at the specifications to see if there's any way to broaden who might want to bid. So,
And that's item 49.
50, I'm sorry.
50.
The issue that we have is again, these are very deep. I mean, this is different than residential wells, right? Residential wells are, 50 gallons per minute, and these wells that we have are thousands of gallons per minute. So it's very limited in the skill set that is normally out there. If they were smaller wells, I think we would probably receive much more input and much more bidders to consider, many more bidders to consider. But certainly we can entertain. I'd be happy to provide you with any information that you would like. I have some of the previous contract work and bids that went out. I do have this current bid that went out that I can share with you if you like.
And just thinking that there's a lot of municipalities that have wells this size and larger, and all across the state, so there should be some maintenance people out there to bid on. So if we can just table it for a couple of weeks and poke around, see if we can get a better deal, or that would be helpful.
I don't know that the municipalities would bid on this, but if they had the ability, then maybe we could actually broaden the spectrum there. That, they typically have their own skilled maintenance engineers.
So is there, do you have a motion
Move
to
the
table?
table, please.
On 49?
50.
50.
I keep saying 49. It's a bigger number for me. Okay, all in favor of tabling item 50, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item's tabled, and then we have some kids here.
Students from Lincoln and Woodstock.
Oh my goodness, yay. It's my day. Well, good, hi, good morning, or I guess it's afternoon now, good afternoon. I'm Karen Leo Hill, Executive Counselor for District 2, which is the district that we live in together. I live in Lebanon, so just over on the other side of the county from you guys. But welcome to the State House. We are here doing our work. The governor is here at the head of the table. And then there are 5 of us executive counselors, and we meet together with the governor twice a month to conduct all of the work to make sure state government runs. You can see all of our papers here. These are the contracts we're working on. This is our homework that we have to do. So even when you grow up, you still have a lot of homework. So Councillor Kenny is right here, Joe Kenny. He represents actually the towns just on the other side of you, went all the way up to Canada. I'm executive counselor for our part of the state. Councillor Janet Stevens represents the Seacoast area, Fort Smith and that area. Councillor John Stephen represents Manchester and the towns around there. And Councillor Dave Wheeler, he represents Nashua and Milford and the towns around there. And of course the governor represents the entire state. So it's really nice to have you here. We're working right now. We're talking with Fish and Game, and we've been talking about the hatcheries. And you guys know there's a hatchery right around your part of the state there. So that's some of the kinds of work that we get to do. Are you enjoying your visit to the State House today? Good. One of my favorite things is the statue of Krista McAuliffe outside. Have you seen that yet? If not, I hope that you will have a chance to check her out, because that statue is just a very, very special statue. And I think when you see it, you'll know why. It almost looks like she's alive. So I also see that your representative, Jerry Stringham, is here. It's very nice to have you, Representative. Thank you for coming. We have a lot of work, so we're going to get back to it. But if you'd like to, I know the governor is willing to shake hands or give you a fist bump or something as you go by, and we hope that you enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Thanks for
coming, you guys.
Hey guys, going. What's not?
That's okay. Awesome.
How you doing?
I was so glad to see you. Oh my gosh, great to see you. Say hi to your whole family. Hey, Representative, thanks so much. Thanks for all your work. Your volunteers. Thanks. Okay, so we have tabled item 50, and now, do you have any questions on the remaining items? Councilor Stephen.
Thank you, Governor. Number 47, Commissioner Newman spoke about this, and appreciate, your call and always talking about these issues. But the question, I'm not opposed to the whole idea of the moose and tick problem. Is a pretty prevalent one from my conversations to Fish and Game. And I want to move forward. This is a sole source contract, so it always concerns me that we didn't go out to bid. It's a research project, and love the university, but doesn't mean others can have a chance to bid. So I want to make sure I'm clear on this. When I saw in here the indirect rate for the university said that typically they use 53.5%, which I don't think would fly with this council. But the question here is, there's a 25% indirect, which I normally would vote against. But I want to make sure I'm clear before I vote on this. Because I look at this as different in the sense that the university is doing a match. Am I correct there?
That is correct, yes.
And it's not just match on facilities, it's a match on actual professor. I did research, and Dr. Moss, I guess, is going to give a salary 1 month per year devoted to this project.
Yes, sir.
And that comes out to, based on the budget, about $46,000. And that means his salary must be somewhere in the vicinity of $562,000 a year.
Yes.
So when you take into consideration his salary and the other indirect on his salary, they try to compute to make that look like the indirect is being reduced. I don't look at that, but the salary itself, if you reduce that by the amount, might come out to about 11.2% indirect cost, which is acceptable to me for this contract.
That is correct. You're correct. I actually had these numbers here, just in case you asked about that. So you're on spot.
Okay, well, you're going to have my support on this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Governor.
Any further questions for the director? Hearing none, all in favor of items 43 through 49, signify by saying aye. Aye. The item is carried. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 51 and 52 from the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources.
Second.
Any discussion of these items? Councilor Kenny? We're back.
Now it's afternoon. Good afternoon. I have a great look for the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources.
Got anything? You can see, okay. No, Commissioner, I wanted to ask about 52 because it's kind of a unique approach that's going on when you've got 4 entities that are in essence funding for these 2 bridges in Chatham along Quarter 19 for the snow that to use in the winter from Chatham, which is really the only route that goes to Gorham. There has been discussion about bridges in the U.S. Forest Service that they are now have to be kind of federal highway standards. And obviously this is fully funded by the federal government, but is this an example where they use federal highway standards with the bridges? Because again, you pay $350,000 probably relatively small bridges. So what was the standard used for these 2 projects?
So I'll ask Alexis Rutko to come up here, but my elevator pitch on this is that it was to meet the 100-year floodplain requirement under the Forest Service. So the previous bridges did not meet those requirements, and so these bridges will. We do have 3 separate entities involved in this project: HED, which is doing an engineering firm; ADM Welding and Fabrication, which is actually fabricating and manufacturing the bridges; and then we also have Electric Rays, which is in front of you today, which is going to be doing the abutments and actually installing those bridges. And so it's sort of a multi-faceted approach, but that is those 3 entities collectively under this agreement with the Forest Service are working through this with us. So
can I ask your assistant that question, which is, anytime we're in the U.S. Forest Service, we have to use federal highway, bridge standards. It seems as though that's the new way in the world. Is that true? And how are we going to handle future bridges that we kind of oversee in the U.S. Forest Service land?
Hello. My name is Alexis Redco from Deputy Chief of the Bureau of Trails. Thank you for your question. I've been working with the Forest Service on this actual project for about 5-6 years now. Back in about 2020, they were audited and they were told that they had to enforce these standards. These standards have been on the books since the 80s. It's been a long time. Now, the federal highway standards has different levels for different bridges. These are considered trail bridges. Back in 2020, they actually reduced some of the highway standards for trail bridges for this very project. And since then, we've been working with them to further reduce some of the standards because they're not like a highway bridge, in order to make future bridge projects be a little bit more easy for us and for the Forest Service. So this is, because we started this so long ago, those standards are still in place from back then. But if we started a new project right now, those standards would be significantly less and less expensive for the engineering as well as for the actual bridge itself.
So my other question is, in other parts of the state, where we are looking at bridge replacements, are we able to work with the U.S. Federal Forest Service with these standards to reduce the cost? Because it seems like the needs that what I heard last year, the previous year, that we were going to potentially pay a higher cost for these bridge replacements.
It depends on the site, but we just had a meeting with the Forest Service about a month ago with our staff and with them and some of the local snowmobile clubs about trail bridges specifically, and they came up with an approved from their regional office of standard snowmobile bridge plan that we can use provided we follow the very specific requirements in that plan. The only engineering that we would need would be like a site plan, and that's not as expensive to do, so it should actually reduce costs.
So having said that, I appreciate the team's effort in coming up with a affordable solution to that one point. It looks like it was getting exorbitant. The cost of replacing the bridge was so high that you might not be replacing the bridge in the U.S. Forest Service. So I appreciate the effort.
And it's definitely the Forest Service. The local White Mountain National Forest Service really pushed for that because of the feedback that the state and the local clubs gave them. So the credit is definitely towards them.
Okay, great, thank you. Appreciate that. I have another question, Commissioner.
Counselor.
So talk to me about the Connecticut Headwaters purchase sales agreement. You've got it, the Attorney General probably has it. What's the process? Does the clock start now? We have 45 days, 90 days of first refusal. Are they doing the appraisal? How much is the property are you purchasing for? Who are these new players in town? Are they good stewards? They're going to work with us. There's a lot to be asked with regards to that new proposal.
Absolutely. So my department, the governor's office, and the attorney general are looking over this draft or this purchase and sale agreement carefully. The clock started on May 22nd. That's when we received it. We have 45 days from that point to make a decision on whether or not to exercise our first right of refusal. From there, we would need to, the legislature would likely need to provide some sort of appropriation And likely, if we did exercise our first right of refusal, we would need to, we're actually purchasing the property, we need to come forward to the council. So there are that would be the process by which, what was that?
Probably even another process for the legislature.
Absolutely, yeah. And so there are multiple steps along that way. We are collectively still reviewing the agreement. I can tell you that the purchase price, the proposed purchase price and the purchase and sale is $68.72 million. And we have had early conversations with Manulife, and they have indicated that they are seeking to adhere to the resolution term sheet that the governor negotiated in January, which I understand took a little bit longer, but that's something that they're going to adhere to, and also the conservation easement.
So does the carbon credit offset program go with the new purchase sales agreement?
That is my understanding, yes, and I don't know if the Attorney General wants to come up for any other questions, but it's my understanding that the carbon credit program would transfer with the property.
And also, Miles, my legal counsel is heavily involved in this too, so the Attorney General and.
So I guess the other questions I would have, does this go to the committee, the headquarters advisory committee, is there a requirement for that? For them to review purchase sales at one point, or is it just strictly the Attorney General, governor, and U.S. Commissioner?
It's my understanding that there's no requirement. However, if we were to exercise that option, that would be a consideration, or exercise our first right of refusal, I believe that would be a consideration on the table to talk with that group.
So it's got to be a fairly extensive document. You got to know what's on the property. You have to know what all the, conservation easements, arrangements with the state. Probably understanding how to have to interact with the local communities on, revenue from timber sales. They have to understand kind of the road maintenance arrangements that are up there. So I'm wondering, how does the public weigh in on this at all? Are they obviously not part of the process, the formal process, but how do you weigh in, how does the public weigh in on this potential transfer of ownership?
Well, this particular transaction, the potential transfer of this property from Aurora to Manulife, it's a private transaction, so there's no formal process that I'm aware of by which the public can weigh in, but certainly if the public has concerns or has things they want us to be paying attention to or looking at, they can reach out to the Department of Natural and Coastal Resources or the Attorney General's office or the Governor's office, but there's no required formal process for the transfer of the property. If the P&S is executed, I imagine there will be some period of time between execution and closing during which Manulife will do its due diligence and make sure that they have their arms around what they're buying. But there's no formal public process. But I would always encourage members of the public, if they have concerns with it or they want us to be taking a look at something, to reach out to us.
So it's not really a private-public partnership with regards to this property and the sale of this property, it's just a private sale?
Correct, with regards to the sale of the property. With regard to what happens with the easement, it's the same processes that have always occurred, but transferring the property with everything that comes with it from one party to another is a private transaction.
Okay. Just one last comment. There are people that have been involved in this issue for years, and for the people that are on the Connecticut Headwaters Advisory Committee, or obviously with our own agencies, that they just be aware of what's going on, and if they need input, they also can share it with you. But this is a sensitive topic up there.
Yep.
Personally, I love nothing better than the state to own Connecticut Headwaters, and that they would be the best steward of that property in New Hampshire. I understand that there's good restraints that we have as a state today, but the fact that we only have 45 days to make that monumental kind of decision doesn't leave you a lot of time or resources. We should consider that as an option. So
Thank you, and I also think it's very important, given the amount of work that went into negotiating the agreement, as to what the responsibilities of Aurora were under the conservation easement, that those responsibilities continue to the new purchaser, and that if they were going to purchase that property, it is my expectation that we will expect them to commit to those terms. So that will be very important to the state.
But I hear you have no interest in that first refusal contract.
Well, we're evaluating it, certainly, Counselor, but I'm mindful of the fiscal state, and it's not just the amount for the purchase, but for the maintenance as well, which is, the operation of that property incurs ongoing costs. So that has to be taken into consideration in addition to the purchase price. So we're looking at all of it. But I can tell you at a minimum, all the work that was put into making sure that the easement is complied to, that if there is a change of hands of the property, if we do not exercise our right to first refusal, we will expect them to comply with the easement and the terms that were negotiated.
So just to follow up on it, we said, I think we signed kind of a 3-year agreement that will be 8,000
Yes.
So that would be a part of the sale of that agreement we go forward, and then the state would renegotiate 3 years down the road another agreement with regards to.
Just as we would have with the current landowner, yes. I'm expecting that at a minimum, because in my view, that was the responsibility of the easement holder to the property and to the people of the North Country, as you know. All the work that went into that. So that is from my perspective, if that is not going to be adopted by the new landowner, then we have a real problem with the state. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I can tell you that the department will enforce the easement and that resolution term sheet. So we're on top of
And
it.
I have no reason to believe they won't. I haven't met these individuals yet. We're doing our due diligence, but certainly we'll expecting them to be also, if this purchase does go forward, I'm also expecting them to engage with stakeholders. That is critical, and we know how important that is to that property and to the North Country. Any further questions of the Commissioner? Hearing none, all in favor of items 51 and 52 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The items carry. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 53 through 87 from the Department of Environmental Services. So moved. Second. Any discussion? Councilor Kennedy.
Morning, Governor. I'm Council Jim Rainey, volunteers, yes.
Freddie, how are you this afternoon?
I'm doing just fine, thank you.
So, there was an agreement for a water company up in Barclay, and it was very complicated agreement. It was, I think,
Rolling Ridge.
Rolling Ridge.
Yeah.
And, I took a couple of site visits up there, and it seemed like they need a lot more than for them access. And I have to compliment the Attorney General's office for coming up with some other money to help out this water precinct. What do we expect to get out of this contract? It seems as though it's only going to be a small portion with regards to the precinct.
Well, as you may know, this development was done many years ago. And the current well exists right on the roadside right away. So this contract has ARPA funding, is 1.5 million grant. We worked with Alan Brooks before he moved on. And so we expect to see a new well house, the new pump station, also some main distribution lines throughout the system. The issue that's been difficult there is there's two elevations. There's a low level which can pretty much be fed by gravity, And then there's 5 lots of subject that are high level. So you gotta look at a hydraulic issue that took so long to engineer. They finally were able to find a site to put a well on. So I think for what's gone on in this development for many years, this is really a good win for the people that live there. I think, and they're very fortunate because a lot of it is seasonal. And there are year-round people that are involved as well. So I think what this does do is it provides safe, efficient water with new mechanics that'll make it a lot better. So I think they were very fortunate that we were able to award $1.5 million in ARPA funds. It's a grant based on the socioeconomic situation in the back. So it's a good project.
So my understanding back in the day, we had that unanimous vote to move out on a project of this nature. Did they vote unanimously for funding?
It wasn't unanimous, but it was close.
So, but it met, you know, the bylaws and the state requirements.
Yeah, and I think the win for all the people in this development was there was no cost associated with it. So for the first time in a long time, they're actually going to, especially in the high elevation spots, be able to turn on their faucet and actually get water. So I think there was not a lot of aggravation or anxiety because, again, this is a $1.5 million grant.
Right. Well, I would just lastly say that the last time I was up there, I think the people that were complaining the most were the ones who weren't getting water through their.
They were in a gravity level. Yeah.
So this is going to be a great thing. So
yeah.
I'll be hoping to get up to the top side of the development to see if the shower works in a few months. Thank you.
Councilor Leo Hill. I just wanted to say a quick one on agenda item number 84, which is a grant to the Ammonoosuc Conservation Trust to protect over 500 acres of land in Haverhill, which is within the hydrological area of concern of Woodsville Water and Light. And I had a good conversation with them about how this particular property is this land is uphill from the Ammonoosuc River, and that it's going to really I think this has been a very good public-private partnership with the landowner and with the trust, and so it's great to see this come forward, and it's going to help protect the drinking water and the working landscape and agriculture in that part of our state. So very happy to see this one come forward. Councilor Stephen.
Just on 86, this involves the Haverhill Dam and Goffstown's a different dam. We have 2 Goffstown dam issues today. But I want to make sure the 1.3 million for the design on the engineering here, is that part of the 4 million plus that we already approved, the ARM dollars that went through that MOU, or is it additional dollars?
These are the 1 point for the design. And
yeah.
The 400 was for talk about the removal fund.
The 4 million plus was for removal.
Right.
So is this part of that 4 million?
No, this is separate.
Separate?
Yeah.
So when this happens, this design, which is already ongoing, it's preliminary, now it's going to final. Does the contract here, because I can't see it, include design for aesthetic elements, historical preservation of property, and some of the areas the town talked about, walkways, and making sure that that's...
Yep, and as you know, many of the dam removals that we do over the years, that's always been a point of concern for all citizens, especially local localities. So all of that stuff is taken into consideration before we even put a fork in the ground.
I appreciate that. I mean, Commissioner Crapo's here, and he and I visited the town and heard loud and clear that that's very important to them. So I just want to make sure, and I understand you said it is part of the design, so I'm looking forward to seeing that. Thank you.
Yep. If there's any change or anything, I will be in touch.
Thank you.
I think we're good to go.
Any further questions? Hearing none, all in favor of items 53 through 87 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The items carried. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 88 through 91 from the Department of Education. So moved. Any discussion of these items? Councilor Leo Hill.
Good afternoon, Mr. Director and Chief Executive from the Department of Education.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. And it's nice to have you back, and your voice is in good shape, so that's good. There is a contract here about, I think, ultimately improving, enhancing the safety and security of our school buildings across our state. This is agenda item number 91. Can you talk a little bit more about this agenda item and how it is, and I see Director Buxton is here too, but can you please talk a little bit about this agenda item and ultimately how it does fit into enhancing safety of our school buildings?
Of course. So this is an item that I'm very proud of, that we're able to kind of offer service across the state. And the history of this item is a little bit interesting. So sometimes in your job you get called to a meeting, but you don't necessarily know what the meeting is going to be about. And I got called to a meeting at the Department of Safety with Assistant Commissioner Edwards. Walked into the room and there was about 25 police chiefs in their uniforms sitting there, and I was, oh, what did I do? So they wanted to talk about the idea of doing a statewide mapping of schools and didn't really know how to go about kind of working on a statewide initiative, potentially talking about some budget, requesting the Department of Education, how could we do this type of item forward. And at the exact same time, the state budget had been passed with a new appropriation to the school safety, public school safety. So I suggested that group bring this item forward to the Public School Safety Task Force, which is made up of a group of legislators that award for public school safety dollars, as an item to talk about for potential funding moving forward. That group did do that, and the Public School Safety Task Force immediately recognized the need and the value of this type of project for the state, and appropriated a portion of the school safety funds for this type of project. We then worked with the Department of Homeland Security to put out an RFP, present the idea to schools across the state to make sure that they thought this was something that they needed, and then move forward with the process. So the Public School Safety Task Force set aside $2.8 million out of the $10 million fund specifically to be budgeted for this type of project. We had an RFP, we received several bids, and then the Public School Safety Task Force and the Department of Homeland Security with the Department of Education to ultimately score the demonstrations of the various different better proposals and bring this item forward. This item will put all of the schools in the state on the same playing field as far as this type of service having mapping, which is extremely important when there's any type of school incidents. Right now, there is inconsistencies across the state with different schools that have invested in this type of service, and then there's been different companies across the state. And so when people have one product, one company that has this, everything's maintained in the same place, there's the same standards, every school in the state will have the same plan moving forward. It will help schools or help first responders in any sort of mutual aid response situation because they've all been trained weekly. Everything will be maintained in the same area, which that is sometimes a problem, is where is the information maintained when there's an emergency. And this is really going to help move us forward as a state with our school safety initiatives.
Thank you. So while we're having you present, Director Buxton, can you tell us, so the idea here is we're going to have maps. There's going to actually be maps of every school building that will be available so that in the case of an emergency, when there might be multiple law enforcement or emergency responders, that they will all be able to see, even if they've never been in a building before, they will actually be able to have the footprint of the building and help improve their response. Is that, am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, you're understanding that correctly. One of the requirements of the contract is that the vendor will actually be able to implement their technology with any first responder platform that's out there. So whether it's law enforcement, fire, EMS, does not matter. They'll be seamlessly be able to do that. The second piece to that is, and the Commissioner talked about this, there's 27 tabletops built into this across the state, which is huge from those response areas if we get them to work together and how to use the map, how to use the tool, and be able to implement it every day.
So we're going to run these exercises so that people know how to use
we're not just doing the math, but we're also doing some training. I was in Charlestown earlier this week, and one of the members of the select board there, and I should know, Charlestown pays the highest property taxes in the entire state. Then they have some very old, they have a very old school building there, and he noted that the building, you have to pass 2 kindergarten classrooms before you even get to reception, which does not meet the safety standards of today. Is this mapping project ultimately going to help communities to be able to assess and identify ways that improvements that they can make? I can see that mapping is the first step, but ultimately there's going to presumably need to be there could be some improvements made to infrastructure. Is this the first step to hopefully be able to do more work to improve safety for our kids?
Yeah, so currently today, the Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Management will do a school assessment for the districts and identify steps that they should take to increase safety within their schools. The mapping compounds that and helps us from a response perspective, but the survey is done already today, and we've had services available as we sit here today.
Just not the money to actually implement what the recommendations are that come up.
So we do have the Public School Safety Task Force, which has about $9 million other dollars. We have been continuing to invest in hardening of our schools. We've invested over $50 million in the last 5 or 8 years for those types of projects. We actually will be meeting over the summer to look at how the next kind of iteration of those funds would be spent. We're working on a plan of where are the needs across the state when we have more funding to allocate to these types of projects.
Great, thank you. I think this is a great project, and I'm very happy to support it.
Councilor Stevens?
Well done, bravo. I proudly supported, along with several other members of the council, the tens of millions of dollars for secure access for education, and that has been a huge hit throughout this state, and I know that every single school district in my district applied for funding and has installed one of the 3 recommended enhancements. So, bravo, this is just another tool to keep our kids safe. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Councilor Kenny?
Thank you, Governor. First of all, I want to thank you for this initiative, both of you, because it's very important for our kids. The security of this digital mapping initiative. Bill Wright, who's a sheriff, also in the Marine, says it's quickly navigates unfamiliar facilities and make informed operational decisions during emergencies. And that really says it all. It is, in the military, we have special operations and urban warfare. You can go into situations possibly you've never seen the town, the building, or know anything in the neighborhood. But luckily, there's a lot more advanced tools that you're going to be working with prior to ever getting into that situation. It could be, Google Earth, you could be looking at 3-dimensional, building size, and it allows you to kind of understand. But in my area in New Hampshire, we have mutual aid. We have all these rural fire departments and police departments that come together, for an incident, and for them to have that understanding and training of that school and what's in and around it, for someone who's traveling maybe 5 or 6 towns away, it's really going to be instrumental in the success of an incident if it ever happens. I hope it never does. So this is going to have, this will have a monumental impact if there's ever an incident and the appropriate training is ongoing. So this is really a good thing. And I mentioned with Councilor Stevens, we spent millions of dollars during COVID on school infrastructure upgrades. And I remember going to Line Elementary School with Terry Plummer, and it was a citizens group of parents who were terrified of the first, kind of active, shooting incident where Route 10 is like literally 15 feet from that elementary school. At any moment, someone could walk in there And because of what was happening at the time at the national level with students, they as a citizen group said, we want to protect our kids at elementary school because we are so close to Route 10, and they have done that. They really kind of toughed it up with the entranceway into that elementary school and putting the appropriate cameras and measures, and, you know, New Hampshire does it right. So really good on you for bringing forth this contract.
Any, Councilor Stephen?
Thank you, Governor. I have more questions just on the finances, and I really appreciate this is a great contract. But when you have two vendors that are so close, 2.6 and 2.7 million, and I see that you had one was bounced out, but then you have now your oral, you get your orals in front, they come forward, and you pick the 2.6, the lowest bid. So they come out of the orals and they look good. Do you have a best and final offer in this RFP?
We did not go back for this
We
round.
did not.
No.
So is it just practice of the Department of Education not to do a backhoe? Because I mean, many times I've been involved where we come in and I say to my staff, sharpen your pencils here, come down, cut 250,000, let's get back, we want to win. Why aren't we doing it?
There were times that we do that. We did not do this specifically because this public school safety task force said this as a not low cost bid, and then also because they set the targeted budget for this grant, we did not go any further to do that. But we do that on some contracts. This is just not one that was included.
So is that because, and I was kind of struck by the committee says, okay, we got 2.8 million, we're going to put out this RFP. That tells every vendor in the world, hey, we can bid up to 2.7 and, you know, they're going to have the money, they're going to pay for our services. And yet, I'm just suggesting this issue for the future. Is there a way to make sure that we get the best price as well as value?
So that is not common practice of the Department of Education to put that dollar amount. The legislative committee had to choose an amount to reserve off the top before they awarded additional school safety grants to the schools, which they did this year. But I agree, setting the total amount for a project like this is not best practice.
Yeah, but that's why I think a backhoe would have been a good idea, because at least you could try to get that after the orals. I appreciate the answer. Thank you, Governor.
Any further questions? Thank you both, Director and Commissioner. This is really important, and I appreciate your leadership on this. All in favor of items 8 through 91, signify by saying aye. Aye. The items carried. Ask for a motion to remove from the table item 110 from the Department of Education.
So moved.
Second. All in favor of removing this from the table, signify by saying aye. Aye. The item is removed from the table. Is there a motion to discuss?
So moved.
Second. All in favor of discussion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The table item 110 is open for discussion. Councilor Stevens.
Thank you, Governor. I'm very satisfied. Commissioner, thank you very much for coming back with a 1-year contract amendment. At least you'll have the ability, and then moving forward with a new, hopefully new system after 2 years. But there'll be time for the council to be involved and make sure that things are moving in the right direction. And I'm satisfied with what you did, and I appreciate you coming forward, because this is an important system. I understand that. Over 30,000 families out there that have put information in schools into the system. But as you told me, there were questions with the system early on in that. And I appreciate what you've done to keep your department's feet on fire and also working with the OIT.
Councilor Stevens.
You're referring to item 110 from the prior meeting?
Correct.
Which is a 2-year contract, correct?
Correct.
So there's there's 2 items.
Correct.
Delayed
Delayed
item,
item.
considered delayed item. One is the 2-year.
Yeah.
Which is the table.
We're talking about
and then
the 2-year
paid
contract
item is the 1-year contract. Because there was a desire to have a discussion of both, of 2 and the 1.
Can I just respond to Councilor Stevens first? And I just want to be transparent with the committee, and I know you and I have had conversations. He did come back with the 1-year item, which is the late item, as you requested, but I do not believe that we are able to do this transition within 1 year, and so we will be back with a second year with this same item to complete the project, because the new vendor system is being developed right now. This year, it's going to take the remainder of this, well, actually next fiscal year 27 to complete that. and then fiscal year 28 for us to onboard, train the schools, test the system before we're able to go live completely with the new vendor managed system. And so I want to make sure that there is no understanding of the committee that just because we're coming back within 1 year, that we think that we're able to do the work more quickly, and then we won't be back this time next year with another 1 year extension for the existing system.
Counselor Stevens.
I proudly support, and I supported 110 at our last executive council meeting. This is a $1.1 million increase from 3.1 to $4.3 million for the New Hampshire Special Education Information System. And this is for 30,000 kids. And every single one of our SAUs is using this system. And again, I'm going to support our commissioner. A year is not sufficient, and it could be disruptive to our families. Is that correct?
If there were no system, it would be very disruptive to our families. The one thing that's unique about this system is so the majority of our data systems that we collect data from schools, because we have many of them, most of the schools maintain their own local system, which then interfaces with ours through some sort of upload feature. This system that we pay for on the state is the system that all schools use to develop IEPs. So school districts do not have their own independent contract with an additional vendor that interfaces. They're using our system, which is helpful for us to have consistency with IEPs across the state. It's also helpful that schools don't have to pay for our system independently. However, if the state system were no longer to be supported, we would not be able to have any sort of IEP development moving forward until there's a new system that's online.
Just a follow-up, but this source of the potential disruption with a 1-year contract is far greater, correct?
If we were able to get another contract, absolutely.
Okay. And 30,000 students.
As of October 1st, actually have 34,000 active IEPs in the system, and that's as of a date. Throughout the course of the year, there's many more because students oftentimes have several IEPs throughout the year.
Okay. I've received countless phone calls from special education advocates, and I support them, and I support you on this, and I appreciate Councilor Stevens' insight and his input and concerns, but I think we owe it to our kids to support you in 2 years. Thank you.
Councilor Leohill.
Thank you very much. I concur with Councilor Stevens, and I think I also have received countless phone calls, emails. I've heard from members of school boards. I've heard from special education administrators as well as advocates. This is what they say. Here's just one point from the letter that we received recently. I think came to all of us from the New Hampshire Association of Special Education Administrators. If the 2-year contract is not extended, it will place an enormous burden upon school districts, parents, families, and the students with IEPs. You cannot say it more plainly than that. And I think we're hearing today, am I correct in understanding from what you're saying, Commissioner, that the 1-year option, which is not the one on the table right now, the 2-year option that was brought to us last time, is the one that we're currently discussing, and you're saying if we do not adopt this 2-year contract, that the 1-year contract will not get us to where we need to go. The 1-year contract will, even though it will extend for 1 year, it will not get us to what we need to do if we want to transition to something else, and it will cause disruption, the disruption that our constituents are telling us about. You also are telling us that the 1-year option would be disruptive to the school districts and the students across our state.
That is correct. The 1-year transition period is not enough to get us fully implemented onto the new system and onboarded across the state with all the training and testing that we would need to do.
And I can understand that it might be, that one option to proceed would be to say, well, let's just do the 1-year extension, and then the commissioner can come back next year. I can understand some people might want to do that. I don't think that is a very respectful way to treat our school districts and the children who are affected by this, by this particular program. And I think that we've heard very clearly, very plainly from our constituents, from our commissioner, that it would be, the one-year option would be disruptive. We don't think, I certainly cannot, in good conscience, support a one-year option when we know that the two-year option is going to be the one that really provides the school districts and the families, and most especially the students with the stability that they need to be able to focus on their studies and not be distracted about whether this particular program is going to be there. That's not what they should, the special education teachers and the special education students, they need to be able to focus on their studies and their education, and I don't think that we should get in their way. So I do hope that we will move forward this two-year option.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other questions? I have a question, which, unless there's another
I
comment.
just want to be clear, what exactly are we voting on?
This is whether, this is the two-year contract that was tabled before.
The table
So
item.
it is the tabled item, so we would be saying yes or
On
no.
10, but we have late item 8, this is not.
If this item fails, we will go to late item A. But I have a question, Commissioner.
Thank you.
So essentially, the one-year contract that is late item, the late item, that's half the two-year contract, correct? I don't know anything in this world that, we can predict a year from now costs in terms of inflation and everything. Has the contractor, can they guarantee a year from now that the costs are gonna be the same? Because usually you do a two-year, you do the full, complete contract on an item based on what their estimates are at the time. So are we confident that the costs are the same? Because I don't know how we can be that, because we haven't actually executed the second year.
No, so we have no guarantee that we will have the same cost next year.
Right, that's my problem. If you have a two-year project and you only contract for 1 year, you have no idea when you contract for the second year whether it's going to actually cost you more money now. So I guess I'm not quite sure why we're trying to break this up, but in any event, Councilor Stevens?
I agree, Governor, and the Commissioner and I had a discussion this morning about the potential for cost escalation to go back for another contract year. So it is reality.
And just to clarify, these are 100% federal funds, is that right? There are no general funds
So
involved here.
this is federal funds.
This is federal funds.
This is, we have a state set aside for a federal $50 million IDA grant specifically for these types of purposes. And this is what we do with those funds.
I just don't understand what we would gain by passing a one-year contract when we know that we really need 2 years to do this work, and the disruption that could cause if we do support the one-year contract. So I see no good reason to vote this contract down.
Councilor Stevens, did you have a question? Or does anyone else have a question? If not, then I would ask for a vote on the current table item. All in favor of table item 110, signify by saying aye. Aye. Votes against?
No.
No.
Okay, that item fails. So we will move on to late item A. Is there a motion and a second on late item A?
Second.
Any discussion of this item? Hearing none, all in favor of late item A, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item carries. Thank you, Commissioner. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 92 through 95 from the Department of Safety.
So moved.
Second. Any discussion of these items? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The items carry. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 96 and 97 from the Department of Justice. So moved.
Second.
Any discussion of these items?
I have one question on 97.
I'm sorry, on 97. General?
General, I just want to say that when looking at this, I was so happy to see Assistant Attorney General, Vaughn moved into this Chief of Staff position. He's been very helpful to us.
Yeah.
And it's immensely helpful. I just want you to know that. But I just, there was something I didn't understand. It was like moving from a senior, he was a senior assistant, and then you moved to an assistant position. Can you explain to me how that, because I've been over there and I can't figure out why that's happening.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting system. So to appoint somebody as an assistant attorney general and to set their salary, the attorney general has to get the approval of the governing council. To designate someone as a senior assistant attorney general or an associate attorney general, the attorney general can just do that. So Attorney Bond is going to remain an associate attorney general. He moves to the chief of staff role, but it always, every time I come to you with authorization for appointment, it's always an assistant attorney general, whether it's an assistant, senior assistant, or an associate. That's fine.
Thank you for that explanation.
Yeah, it's not going to get moved.
Okay. Sure.
Councilor Kane. Oh, Councilor Stevens.
Oh, thank you so much. Chris Bond is a rock star. There's no other way to describe his dedication and commitment. He's been with us for the past 6 years. Prior to that, he had 15 years in the private sector. He is a tremendous resource for the state, and I appreciate and value. He will take calls at 9 at night, 10 at night, so well done.
Thank you, Councilor.
Councilor Kenny.
Thank you, Governor. Attorney General, I think one of your Attorney General's sections are working on a topic on one of the talking that's got a lot of residents chattering, if you will, on a significant island. There's large boulders all around the island without appropriate permits. We're not reaching out to state government. And it's got a lot of violations, and it just probably hired or bought a large company in the middle of the night to bring out all these boulders in and around Mud Island, as they call it. Any thoughts on that?
So this has just been referred to us for enforcement. I think DPS only just recently conducted an inspection on this property and discovered these issues, and it was referred to us for enforcement pretty quickly. Often there's a lot of back and forth with the property owner before there's a referral to our office for enforcement. That didn't happen here because there do appear to be some egregious violations. Beyond that, I don't want to comment just because it's only just recently been referred to us for enforcement, but we're going to take a close look at it, work closely with DPS, and we're going to move quickly on it. But there do appear to be some serious issues there. It was just for enforcement, I think, on Monday this week. So this is all just arisen in the last few weeks.
Right. I took a boat ride out to one of the soccer. It was pointed out to me, and it is egregious. And if we're going to protect our lakes, the value on our lakes, we need to protect our environment. And it's really sad that an individual would do that and not check in with the regulatory agencies of our state. It just shows us that they have disregard for our water quality in our environment. So whatever you do, be hard on them. Thank you.
We will never hesitate to take enforcement action.
Thank you.
Any further questions for the Attorney General? Hearing none, all in favor of items 96 and 97, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item is carried. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 98 and 99 from the Department of Health and Human Services.
So moved.
Second, Commissioner. Any discussion of these items? Hearing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item is carried. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 100 through 118 from the Department of Health and Human Services Division for Behavioral Health.
So moved.
Second. Any discussion of these items? Dr. Stevens?
Hi, Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Lori Weaver, Commissioner, Health and Human Services.
Commissioner, my questions in general related to the doorway contracts. So, there's one more general and one particular. But on the general, I just want to read to you something that was sent to me by a constituent who's a treatment professional. he said, is working as a treatment professional directly with detox and residential treatment settings. I believe many providers are observing a significant shift in the substance use landscape rather than simply an overall reduction in addiction severity. And as we're seeing the rise in the number of opioid-related overdoses going down, which is great in my district, especially in Manchester. What we're seeing, he says, increasingly we are seeing rising stimulant use, particularly methamphetamine. He then goes on to say, in our own detox residential program, we are now seeing many patients presenting with methamphetamine as their primary substance of use. Multiple clients have openly reported that they intentionally stopped using heroin or fentanyl and transitioned primarily to methamphetamine. While this may reduce the immediate fatal overdoses, it does not necessarily represent long-term recovery and stabilization. Many of these individuals continue struggling with severe addiction, psychosis, paranoia, cognitive decline. So I'm going to just preface this, my questions, and the governor knows this issue very well. We worked so closely when I was at the HHS and she was Attorney General and developed the methamphetamine task force and really focused on the issue of methamphetamine. First question is, are the doorway projects, in your opinion, are we doing enough to focus on the methamphetamine issue? And secondly, maybe this is for the Attorney General and Department of Safety, where is this methamphetamine coming from? And are we seeing enough on the enforcement side that we're able to stop this trend? Because I know the governor cares deeply about this, and I'm just being notified by someone that I really feel strongly that knows what he's talking about and works in the recovery system. So first, can you answer the overall general question on this issue, an epidemic possibly, or an issue, a problem in the state?
Sure. Jenny,
Hi, again, Katya Fox, DHHS, Division for Behavioral Health. And we share your concern. We want to look at the drug monitoring initiative that the Department of Safety issues, and we see the numbers and we see the change in the use of substances. And we also, that was a recognition at the federal level. So when the state opioid response grant was initially issued, it only covered opioids. It then expanded to cover stimulants. And when we set up the doorway system, we knew that people were going to present with addiction, and it could be with any substance. And so to that end, we have made sure that anybody who is seeking help for a substance use or misuse issue, that they're able to access a doorway. And so we have, in addition to the funding that we have from our state opioid response grant, which does limit it to, in some ways, to opioids and the stimulants, we have also combined with other funding that has been afforded to us from the Governor's Commission to make sure that we cover anybody who wants to seek assistance.
So again, the second point is important too, but I really appreciate that response. And working in the state of Nebraska, for example, on the child welfare side for the governor's office and the department, seeing such a rise on methamphetamine created an unbelievable increase in the removal of children in foster care because the parents, once they had a meth issue, the investigation didn't even change, their scope was all changed. It was move the kid, and you don't ask any questions yet, get them into treatment, but they're not getting their child back until we figure this all out. It is such an egregious problem. In other states, it wasn't in New Hampshire. And I just want to make sure we're really doing a good enough job. I know we are. But do you feel like, are you working closely with the doorway and the law enforcement agencies too? Because then the next issue becomes, how is this getting into our state?
Yeah, I think Commissioner Quinn has left, but yes, we have these conversations all the time, and we have various opportunities at the Governor's Commission to have everybody at the table and to discuss these issues. And I think it's something that we all should be concerned about, and we should all be talking about and making sure we're tracking the data to determine what's happening. As far as how it's getting here, obviously I would defer to him on that.
So, Director, thank you. And you feel like that even from the commission the opioid abatement task force advisory, your department, Department of Safety, we're all working together to really try to get a handle on it?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, thank you. And just more in the specific, I looked at the doorway, these are the doorway contracts, and I was, I just really looked at the budgets, and I really appreciate what you're doing, and these hospitals are doing great work. But I look at, again, going back to these indirect costs, and it becomes an issue. I know Commissioner Weaver, you've taken one contract back and looked at that issue for us. My issue is generally looking at these budgets, in the hospitals, even the Elliott's probably the highest at 14% indirect, and then even Weeks or some of the areas in Councilor Kenny and Councilor Hill's district, less than 10%. There's one, in fact, Wentworth and Littleton, 0% indirect, and Wentworth is 3.4% indirect, and you're looking at where they're spending the money. And then I see the contract from Dartmouth, Mary Hitchcock, 118. And I'm going to tell you today, I can't vote for that contract. It's a 35% indirect. 35%. And some of those funds can be used to help these individuals. So this one stands out as opposed to all the others, but I don't want to be seen as opposed to doorway projects because it's very important. So I'm not going to support that one. But I'm going to ask, is there a way to take that back and look at and talk to Mary Hitchcock and see if those dollars can be used more for the people that need help?
The way I understand it for the Mary Hitchcock contract, the 35% is related to the federal funds. So we're back to the NECRA rate again, where we're required to accept that rate. There's also a 7% indirect on the general funds. So the 35 is the NECRA only for the federal funds. And we're required to take that rate.
I understand, but then why is that not the requirement for Cheshire Medical and Concord Hospital and Weeks? And tell me why,
I don't know
why is it state Mary Hitchcock?
I don't know if they have NECRAs.
Good afternoon, Nathan White, Chief Financial Officer. So Mary Hitchcock, they have the federally approved rate, so the NICRA. And as the Commissioner indicated in 2 CFR 414D, we're required to honor that. The other organizations did not submit a NICRA with this, and as I understand it, they did not have those. Therefore, we get to negotiate a rate as a result of that. And again, this applies to the situation, the NICRA applies to the situation where we have 100% federal funds.
I don't accept that, I'm sorry. And I think that nobody's looked into it, or either talked to the federal government. It's just not something I support, sorry. But maybe we can talk about that as moving forward to table it and have further conversations.
Make a motion to table.
Second.
118 only, right?
Yeah.
For the tabling vote, Councilor Leo.
Thank you. Commissioner, can you please talk about the consequences of tabling what I understand there's a desire to get some more information. What happens if we table this contract but not the others?
Well, we won't have that contract to run services, so we won't have to go away for that area.
And is this is something that the current completion date is September of 2026. So we have funds currently until September of 2026. Is that right? But if we don't, so then we have to address this contract before the end of September in order for this program to continue.
I want to be clear, I mean, we're very sensitive to indirect rates, and my team always asks, can we do something for less, to your point earlier on other contracts, being able to try to get the best rate, not only on the contract, but on the indirect rate. Our hands are tied in terms of federal funding with the NICRA. I don't have opportunity to explore and change that. So if you decide to vote it, you're carving that out from the process from the other ones. So if the other doorways hospitals had their NICRA, we would be in the same situation where we would have to accept their rate for the federal fund portion of it, but we can negotiate the general fund indirect rate.
And this particular doorway, the Mary Hitchcock doorway, can you remind us how the size, what's the geographical area that this doorway serves?
Hi, thank you. I'm going to ask Jennifer Saban, who is our State Opioid Response Director, to respond specifically to that question. But I first want to go back to the question about what is the consequence of not having this passed today and instead having it tabled, is that there are funds from 26 that we want to include for the unmet needs portion, the shared portion of this, that we need to make sure that those funds last through the fiscal year and through the contract period, because there's been high demand for those funds. And Jennifer, I'll have you respond to the geographic question.
Thank you, Dr. Saban, State Opioid Response Director with the HHS. The Mary Hitchcock Hospital contract covers mainly the Lebanon area, but they've recently expanded to Claremont as well.
Lebanon and Claremont. And the issue that Councilor Stephen raised earlier about increasing problems with meth, fair to say that that affects the area, that those trends are also being seen in the Lebanon Claremont
Yes.
doorway area?
Yes. The only other thing that I would add is that, stimulant use disorder is fundamentally harder to treat than other substance use disorders, so a specific attention to that is warranted and is affecting the whole state.
So as I understand it, the way that these doorways contracts are structured is that each doorway receives funds, and then there's also funds that are available, the $10 million that are available to all 9 of the doorways partners that are to be used for unmet and flexible needs. And I think, is that what you're saying, that $5 million, there's a request, part of this request, which is included in all 9 of these contracts, is there's an individual request for each of the 9, but then part of each contract is also this request for $5 million, almost $5 million, for this unmet and flexible needs fund, which is available to all 9 of the doorways. And those funds, that $5 million that we are hoping to add to this flexible fund to address unmet needs, because the department is asking us for this because the unmet need is so great that we have some funds available, but we need to approve these funds before the end of the state fiscal year, June 30th, in order to have those funds go into that flex fund. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the consequence of this, if we don't pass this contract, number 118, before the end of this month, so we have today and we have one more meeting, if we don't pass this contract, then we will not be able to add the $5 million of funds that we currently have available to this flex fund to address the unmet need for opioid and other addiction issues in our state, particularly affecting the Lebanon and Claremont areas. Is that correct?
For that contract, yes. So the shared pool is accessible across the contract. In practicality, what it would mean is if someone presented to the Lebanon doorway this month with a financial barrier to treatment, they might not have access to that fund to mitigate that financial barrier for that one doorway location, because they don't have the access to the funds to draw down and be reimbursed for that.
And the counselor's objection is about the indirect rate. And just to confirm, the indirect rate that is part of this contract, number 118, which is different from the other 8 contracts, is a rate that is set by the federal government that we do not have the ability to modify or negotiate or change in any way. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I move the table for the second time.
Can I just follow up with the question she asked, the last question?
That's fine.
Just follow up. Does Mary Hitchcock Hospital have the right voluntarily, because we do a lot of business with them, to come forward and say, we're going to give you a better rate in the state of New Hampshire so that we can give more money and more funds and services to the people that need them? What's the answer to that question?
Yes, we could ask them that.
Thank you.
Move the table, it's not a table.
Okay, Councilor Stevens. But it hasn't been voted on yet, so I'm letting everyone.
I just wanted to make clear what the unmet and flexible needs, what the funding is used for. It's used for peer recovery support services, expenses associated with securing and maintaining safe housing, childcare that enables parents and caregivers to participate in treatment, coordination of transportation, which is a huge problem in that, across the state, but particularly in that area. And that is transportation to recovery-related medical appointments. So these are critical dollars. They could make or break a relapse, correct?
So I would agree these are critical dollars, and I hear that there's interest in table the item. I guess in that case, Councilor Stephen, I'm willing to go to the government and ask that question. I just can't guarantee what the answer would be.
All right, so I think we've had enough discussion on the tabling, so all in favor of the tabling of 118, but as I'm hearing it, this is something that has to happen immediately, Commissioner.
Yes, we would need to take action immediately in order to have it decided for the next agenda.
We do not want anyone without treatment and recovery in our state. So all in favor of tabling item 118, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Now, that item is tabled, and then I would ask for a motion, unless there's any further discussion, I would ask for approval of items 100 through 118, with the exception of the item that we just tabled, 118. I'm sorry, 100, then 100 to 117, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. The item is passed, and I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 119 and 120, the Department of Health and Human Services Division for Children, Youth, and Families. Second, any discussion of these items? Hearing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. The item is carried. I would ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 121, 122 from the Department of Health and Human Services Division for Long-Term Supports and Services. Second, any discussion of these items? Hearing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. The item is carried. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 123 to 125 from the Department of Health and Human Services Division of Medicaid Services. Any discussion of these items? Councilor Stephen?
Commissioner, the 125 contract, I talked to the director with him, and I appreciate the time yesterday that we had and the PowerPoint back, and this whole issue is just concerning for me because we're being asked to vote on today a 7-year contract, in essence, for the MMIS system, 7 years, and at, $300 million, let's say, which adds about, I don't know, overall price is close to $700 million. It's a very large contract, and it goes to the point about the legacy systems, and I appreciate yesterday your discussions. There's just so many questions I still have unanswered, and I really want to make sure that the department is not beholden to this vendor and to this legacy system for such a long period of time, and this council, whether we're here or not, this council loses its ability to be able to make a decision in the next 2 years on whether we should continue or not. And we look, to see something to say, okay, for 7 years, but yes, you have the right under the P37 to change course, and I get that. But just general question first, and then I have a lot of specific questions, because there are some specific questions here. Is there a way, is the department looking to test the market here? With technology changes all the time and things are happening around the country. Washington, D.C. just went to a new system at much less cost. And are we looking to put out an RFP? When? Are we looking to make sure that the taxpayers of the state get value? This is about $35 million plus a year, and it's a very important system. But are we testing the market, and when?
Yeah, I would definitely say we're testing the market. I mean, part of it is getting off of our legacy system and doing a modular re-procurement, which we've been working on for quite some time. So there are plenty of pieces of the system that are going up to bid.
I'm quite proud of the work that my team has done negotiating with this particular vendor, knowing that we're in a situation where we're asking for an extension for services, and how do we save money with that? How do we not continue to increase costs? And how do we continue to get the most from what we're paying for? So it may not be 100% perfect, but there was a lot of effort to make sure that we were spending our money wisely. Even though it's 90-10, there is still 10% of this general fund, so we take that very seriously. Worked hand in hand with DOIT as well for that process. And I'll let Henry elaborate more, but I just want to be super clear that this was a very strategic and well thought out process to be able to get here. 7 years is not unprecedented. We've had tech contracts that have run longer for that. We've made a commitment to, issuing RFP at year 5, demonstrating to CMS that we are intending to go out and procure this. But for where we're at right now, the stability, it makes the most sense to extend it.
But before you, yes, Director, you said we are intending to go out to bid. When? There's got to be a time.
We made a commitment for year 5 of the contract.
So 5 years out.
Yes, for
It will not
year
be
5.
until 5 years from now?
It's a 7-year contract. We were asked to demonstrate commitment to put it out to procurement in year 5, and we agreed to that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the question. Henry Whitman, the State's Medicaid Director. If you kind of think that this system is the chassis, and so that's, from a technical standpoint, to migrate to another system would require us for a period of time to have duplicate systems and have increased costs. But we were very sensitive to negotiating this. The budget challenge that the state is in now. We were able to get 27 and 28 at no cost increase on the operation and maintenance, which is the majority of the contract. That we thought was very important to the current budget and the next budget, and we were able to reduce the inflation factor from what was out there that we could have taken advantage from 5% to 2% in the 3rd year, and then after that, no less than 2, but no greater than 4 in terms of CPI. But the real issue from delivering the services to people and making sure that the state does fraud, waste, and abuse correctly, does frailty issue on your work requirements well, is that's our core chassis for providing and dealing with that information. My concern is when we make that shift, we're at, I think, an unprecedented amount of time in my career in healthcare, what Medicaid, what Congress is asking the state of New Hampshire to do. And so to put that, anytime you do a conversion like this, you basically put yourself in a position where you stay status quo for 2 years at best as you're working through the system change. And so our perspective on this is that we need to get over this hurdle, of the hurdles that are in front of us in fraud, waste, abuse work requirements, because the MMIS system provides essential information for doing frailty and exemptions and so forth. But to then make a conversion in the short term, we're concerned about the risk that it brings to the state financially as well as the people we serve. That, I think, is kind of the timing. I think that as you recognize, the P37 gives us the option to leave that contract for convenience, for budget, or for inability to perform. So I feel like even though it's a 7-year contract, the vendor realizes that lack of performance, state budget concerns, or just for convenience that we can exit the contract. I know that's not from our conversation where you'd like us to be, but we do have that right. And so when you balance all the different things we're trying to balance here, that's where we thought this contract was a very good contract for the state.
Along that line, is there any reluctance? What's the reluctance of putting an RFP out in 2 years from now? Waiting 5 years is a long time in technology. I mean, if it's staff resources, please be honest. If it is, then maybe we ought to be giving you, approving a contract and giving staff to write a contract, RFP.
Certainly, I'm David Weavers, Chief Operating Officer for DHHS. So definitely, there's an option to do that. What we were looking at is a Medicaid Enterprise System strategy is a 10-year program. That chassis that Henry was talking about is that claims engine, which is a critical component of processing the claims and doing the services for Medicaid services in our state. We've had the claims engine planned for RFP, not in the next biennium, but the following biennium. We didn't submit our capital budget for the $30 or $40 million capital request to do this claims engine because of the way we are at the state right now. So we're trying to maximize our capital investments in our department as a whole and leverage what we have that is stable and maintain that going forward so that we don't create too much change that can cause troubles to the Medicaid program, but also manage our budget overall. So reality, what it comes down to is next biennium, we were trying to forecast no additional prioritized needs to support the Medicaid program, but maintain a system that has the agility to meet the needs of the state and our federal partners that are making changes for us, which is in this contract. We have enhancement rule hours in there. They're approved at 90% federal funding to be able to continue to achieve these changes that Henry, as the Medicaid directors, had to leverage on a regular basis. With the last 5 years, we're continuing that forward to allow us to do those changes. But replacing that chassis is a very expensive solution. And out there in the marketplace, people are doing that when they have the funds. So we would be asking the legislature and then coming back to this council for a $30–40 million just claims engine component, which is one component that this system is doing. This contract does provider management, it does third-party liability, it does our federal reporting right now, it does our claims engine, it does our TNSIS, which is our statistical analysis that Henry and the Medicaid program is dependent on in order to make the right decisions. It also supports our fraud, waste, and abuse. So it's not just one thing, it's many. And then just one last thing to add, we have been procuring pieces and parts. So you'll see an EBI 2.0, which is Enterprise Business Intelligence 2.0. That RFP is closed. We're in the process of reviewing it. We'll be bringing that to the council for award and approval later on this year. We're working on the contract right now. We also went out to bid the pharmacy benefits management solution, which you'll see that later on this summer. That was RFP, which is components of this Medicaid Enterprise System strategy. And then we are going to be focusing on the fraud, waste, and abuse components, the third-party liability modules next, as opposed to focusing on the claims engine. So this is a part of a much larger strategy than just one contract. It's really hard to explain in one contract because the contract is surrounding just conduits work, but it's lots more than just conduits work.
And to follow up, since 2005, there's been no RFP that's gone out for the system. Any type of change, even RFI testing the market, can you tell me what did you as the department do to really comprehensively evaluate other less costly solutions, even if that meant an RFP in 2 years? What has been done?
We can pull the date, but we did do a request for information for the Medicaid Enterprise System strategy. We had several vendors, I think over 10 vendors replied to that informed our strategy as we went forward. We had a couple of other contracts with other vendors to help us with the strategic planning of the solution, including our current vendor, Alberta herself, that is helping us plan them. We also worked with over a dozen states, talking to them of what they did, learning from their lessons learned, so that we didn't pursue something that they already potentially failed at and said, no, don't do this first. That really informed our strategy. So that we did do those, the RFI, and the confusing component is back in 2005, the CMS strategy for Medicaid Management Information System was a monolithic solution. And that was the strategy that they told all states to do. All states performed it, including our state. We had to own the servers and the storage and all the hardware and all the software had to be ours. Since 2005, the strategy's dramatically changed. So it went to a more cloud-based environment. they're looking to a more modular components, and they're asking us to look at best of breed, provide better procurement opportunities for vendors to compete, which we have done in those RFPs I'm listing off, the pharmacy one, the EDI, the Enterprise Business Intelligence one, the third-party liability, our Enterprise Contact Center are indications of those modules that we're implementing, which are all going out to bid, or have been out to bid, or closing, just haven't come across your desk yet for review, because we're still waiting for the contracts to be completed so that we can bring it to this council.
Let's be clear on the main components, the provider management, the credentialing, the things that really is the chassis that you're talking about. You have not gone out to RFP, you have not gone out to RFI on a critical system to show what the competitive landscape is out there. And that's all I'm saying here. There's no reason why, and this will be the question, there's no reason why you can't change this commissioner to a 7-year. I'm not saying that the 7 years isn't the right focus, and your department has done a good job. What I'm saying here is usually we get a 2-year contract with the right and the options to extend, to test the market, to do an RFI even, to do an RFP. These modularity has been around since 2013 that we're talking about modularity. There are some states now that are starting to master it at much less cost than what they're paying, based on the number of population. I just feel like tying our hands to 7 years is an issue. And I'd like to have a contract that says 7 years, but you have to come back and renew and make at least an RFI during that 2-year period. And like Director McIntyre is doing with the whole issue about DraftKings, where we asked him to put out an RFI, and he did, and the responses are there, and he's going to be sharing with the council. So my question is, what is so wrong with doing it that way?
The part of our justification to CMS is they asked a question about 7 years as well. We had to put together some comparative information with some other states, and you probably can read the table better than me, David, so I'm going to let you do that, I'm sure.
So a couple things. The provider management solution, as some of the counselors that were here 5 years ago will remember, we were looking at the National Association of State Procurement Officers process, or NASPO as a short acronym. And what we did is we compared our provider management solution that is in this contract at $2 million to what the NASPO solutions were. And we had to outline those very specifically for CMS. So the 5 vendors that actually proposed to NASPO and is published on their website publicly, that design development implementation costs, one is $9 million, a little over, another is 6.3, and the third one 6.5, fourth one 17.1, and the last one is 8.9. We're getting the provider management solution in this contract for $2 million for the DDI work. And then the average yearly maintenance and operations for those, with all of those 5 organizations, was $5 million, 3.7. One was low, which is $1 million each year. The fourth one was $35 million to manage the provider management, and the last one was 5.8. Those are all like I didn't do the full numbers. Our average yearly M&O or maintenance and operation per provider is in this contract at 3.5 million. So it's on the lower side, and CMS agrees that it's a competitive solution based off of NASPO being their approved certified systems. We're actually coming in under those procured efforts that are done for the whole country. The other one, and that was what we were really excited about for this contract, is that negotiation really came in well under what we were planning, because we were going to go through with the NASPO contract, but we didn't see the benefit to the state to spend more money just to maintain our usage of the NASPO agreement. We thought that the taxpayers would appreciate a reduction in investments, and that's why we looked at this option with Conduit. And then, as you were indicating that other states were doing this replacement for cheaper, our analysis currently shows that from Rhode Island, Pennsylvania, Kentucky, Oklahoma, Colorado, and Connecticut, all of them are within the same range as ours. Cost per year for those are $38.8 38.5, 50.3, 64 million, 62.8, 66.9, and the last one's 40. Our cost per year is 40 million to 46 at the end. So we're right in the same range. The difference is all of those are for this year. We didn't have the time to do the analysis of how their year-over-year increases will be. And those year-over-year increases, I guarantee you, will be just increasing for them, just like it is increasing for us.
Did you check the state of Maine?
We do not have the state of Maine information.
I suggest you should look at it. And one other question on the APD. Director Lippman, this APD document hasn't been approved by the feds yet. Is that correct? By CMS?
It has not been approved, and I got confirmation from speaking with Ed Dolly, who's, I think you're familiar with him, basically runs the division and improving that, that with the understanding that it would go up to bid in year 5, and I could relay that we would expect an improvement.
So the expectation is not written down or anything, it's just a conversation?
It's a phone conversation where, in knowing that I'm coming here to present this to you, and that, you know, there's sort of, it's like a managed care contract. We come here and then we have to have CMS review it, and they may come back and say something they want us to change in a future contract. But I feel very confident here that we have a contract that could be approved and will be approved.
Well, I hope so. What's the impact if it's not approved?
Well, I think we would have to make some adjustments in terms of the term, the length of the term, but I think that the term issue that I discussed with him was that we would make that commitment to go out in year 5 to be in a position. And one of the salty issues here is that the availability of capital money that we have. There are all these other components moving to modularity. We don't have the budget yet to do this. And so, thinking about what's ahead for state budget next year, given what we're seeing as challenges this year, the likelihood that we'll have that extra is, I guess, a question mark. And so if we can get savings right now and we need them as a state, that's what we're trying to do, recognizing as well that we don't want to put ourselves in a compromised position with respect to having more costs in the short run and exposing ourselves to the weaknesses of being in the middle of conversion when you have all this stuff coming after you from CMS and the Congress.
So I do like the fact that the enhancement hours, the way I've seen this, you negotiated that the 16,000 hours, if there's any overrun, that it's going to be on their dime, not ours. That's accurate?
Correct, and if it doesn't come to fruition, we get all our money back.
And that's really important because that was a provision we had put in back in 2005, and somebody took it out, and it cost the state a lot of money. But I think that's a great thing. But do you feel is there any problem with coming back to us? Because 5 years is a long time in the technology space, and the CMS changes and everything else, and we're dealing with a modular environment, that there is some technology out there that maybe even, I understand there's 10, 12 employees at DOIT that are dedicated. You have 25 slots they're giving you, so hopefully DOIT will get more involved in being able to have state employees be able to do some of this work and lessen the amount for us long term. But my question is, what's the issue with keeping a 7-year contract and just saying if you come back to us in 2 years?
I think the number one...
Excuse me, let me finish, sorry. In doing an RFP, even towards that end of that 2-year period, issuing an RFP to protect the taxpayers' interest.
I think the number one risk is the cost risk when we have a 2-year agreement that it opens up for the vendor to try to get additional funds. We've locked in our pricing for a period of time that we can self-execute when we want to get out of it if it's not in our reason to do so. It's not our benefit to do so. 7 years is, in this world, is going to go by very fast. And maybe we will see something better. If we do, we do have an option to move. It's not like we foreclose that.
But I'm hearing, again, don't want to belabor this, but I'm hearing that we're waiting, going to wait 5 years for an RFP. We're going to vote today. If we approve this, we're not going to see an RFP hit the streets for 5 years.
Just to reiterate what Henry's saying is that we are containing costs by the contract that we negotiated. So if we open that up, we put that at risk, right? So we know within the means that we have and the work that we need to do. But there's nothing that precludes us from making a change in the contract before the 7 years.
Commissioner, if you stood there and said, we're going to do an RFP after 2 years, you get my support in this contract. That's all I'm asking here.
So are we done? Do you have more questions listening to this discussion? And the first question I have is, if we move to modularity, what I'm hearing is that's going to take a capital appropriation request. That capital appropriation request, what we're estimating now, what I heard you say, David, at minimum of $30 to $40 million, correct? That is new money that we have to go through the capital budget and get an approval of. So when we change this system and we do that, and we go in that direction, we've got to get that money to be able to execute the modularity piece, correct? So that's more money. And so what we're trying to do is to make the change, maintain the current system. We've negotiated very hard with them to keep these costs down over this longer period till we look to the next capital budget, not this coming one, the following one, where we think that we'll be in a better position to invest more to change our system, because it's quite dramatic to change the Medicaid system, correct? All the people we're serving. Right now, correct me, Director Lippman, if I'm wrong, but you and I spend a lot of time talking about, along with the Commissioner, a number of the changes that we are required to make to Medicaid right now, one of them being work requirements, correct?
Correct.
We're also very focused on fraud, waste, and abuse. The federal government is, but we are personally, I certainly am, and so we're making changes to make sure that we're addressing those, any new requirements of the federal government, right?
Yes.
And so we're doing all that within the system now. And Director Lippman, how long have you been doing this?
Almost 9 years.
Okay, so when you talk to the federal official that you've known for a while, and he says that, you can expect to receive approval on that, is that usually a pretty good thing to go by?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And this is someone who's held this position for a while.
Yes.
Great. So, obviously, I understand, but there are implications if we go out to RFP sooner, because we don't have the capital appropriation request, right?
Yes, Governor, and I think we'll be more credible in getting RFP response if we have a capital budget to go along with what we're going to have to bid on.
Well, and I can tell you that I, as governor, as someone who has to put the budget together, has to look at these capital appropriations requests. And by the way, in an environment where we only have a capital budget that is so, the dollars, we look very hard because there are a lot of capital needs. And so given what I've heard here, I wouldn't advocate for including that $30 to $40 million in this current upcoming biennium, if I'm governor, as a capital request. So I appreciate the approach of the department right now. I'm trying to negotiate where we are. And I just want to understand, I just want to ask these questions because this is obviously important when it comes to our Medicaid system. Councilor Leohill.
Thank you. A few questions. Can you remind us how many beneficiaries, Medicaid beneficiaries there are in the state?
Currently, there are about 165,000.
165,000. How many providers?
Over 30,000.
Over 30,000. And this system that we're talking about is a system that underpins serving all of the beneficiaries as well as all of the providers.
Yes.
And in this move, I know this move to modularity started a long time before I joined the council last year, but as I understand it, the move to modularity is intended so that ultimately we can save taxpayers money by being able to put out components, these modules, being able to put them out to bid, and ultimately having more competition, more bidding, and ultimately lower cost contracts. Is that correct?
Yes, the cellular system has want work well in the environment, and having competition and not being totally dependent on one vendor is, I think, good for every state.
And so we're on track to move to modularity. We have a 10-year plan or whatever it was to move to modularity. Are there consequences from the federal government if we get off track of moving to modularity?
Not directly, but I think in terms of moving to modularity before, well, we don't have a stable chassis, is when think we would have financial risk and service risk to the people we serve and to the federal government. You know, part of the HR 1 Working Families Tax Act now, that there are penalties similar to SNAP built in starting in 29, that if you have errors in eligibility and other aspects, that there's no longer any leeway, you have to pay companies right then. And I'd rather see us be in a position where we're on a system that is currently stable. It's taking a long time to get there, but we are in a good, stable system right now. Could it be stronger? Yes, but I think not at a cost we could afford.
So we are on this path to modularity, which is ultimately about saving taxpayer dollars. We're on track for that, but this is a big transformation project. You also just skipped ahead of me for a second, but we also have some particular changes that are coming down based on federal legislation that was passed last year, and that includes the work requirements, the fraud, waste, and abuse, the error rates, eligibility error rates, which is also stressing our system. And are there consequences if we are not able to implement these things, if we are not able to accommodate these changes and comply with them? Are there consequences from the federal government?
There are consequences. I think we're less likely to have consequences if we're operating off a stable system than one that has inevitably, when you change systems, there is a period that has to be broken in.
And some of the consequences from the federal government, we actually, if we are not in compliance with some of these new changes, the work requirements, the error rates, we actually can receive less federal funds. We will have a financial penalty.
Yes.
And with replacing the chassis, as we're calling it, the Medicaid enterprise system, replacing that, as the governor has just pointed out, there's the capital costs that would go along with that. And then there's also, I think you talked earlier about for a period of time that there's a bit of a redundancy. And so there's an increased cost to actually, during the replacement, during the conversion period. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then lastly, to return to this particular contract that you've negotiated, presumably the part of the negotiating terms, the reason, is it fair to say that I think what I took away from our presentation yesterday is that the department feels that they've negotiated favorable terms in this contract that are going to save taxpayer dollars, that are going to ensure that our providers and our beneficiaries receive the services with as little disruption as possible as we continue implementing these changes from the federal government, the move to modularity, that you've actually saved, I think it was 5-year general fund savings of $5 million and 5-year general fund savings of up to another $1 million, depending on if we are able to get a federal waiver for the interoperability. You've also done a lot of cost containment so that there are caps future growth of this contract, and presumably you were able to negotiate those, the party on the other side was willing to accept some of these unfavorable terms because the length of the contract is part of that negotiating factor for them.
I can't judge what they have in their mind, but I believe that's a fair statement.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Councilor Stevens.
Leslie, Governor, thank you for speaking with me yesterday, Mr. Lippman. We were discussing fines, and the state has done a very good job of gouging fines. I think it was back in 21. If we had lost certification for the system, the fine would have been $6.6 billion, correct?
The EVB system, I think you're referring to, which fits into the whole modularity.
We would have been to the fine, okay. And the patient access interoperability. If that had failed, that would have been another $1 million, correct?
So there was a couple, sorry, again, Henry. So there was a couple of things as part of the 21st Century CARES Act that we were required to do. The electronic visit verification was one, and then this patient interoperability was the second. And the patient interoperability, we were the first in the country to deploy it with our vendor, so that we were compliant. We would have had fines. Those fines weren't set for what we would get for them specifically. It does cost us about $900,000 a year to maintain that solution. Recently, CMS has indicated to states that we can submit a waiver for the utilization of that and maintaining it. And the reason why is most people aren't actually accessing the data, so we're spending $900,000 to maintain a component that is not useful to the providers and the clients. If we get that waiver, we will save that $1.1 million in general funds over the period of 5 years.
So the proposed system is keeping us safe from penalties, correct?
I'm sorry?
The proposed solution that you're putting forth is protecting us from potential fines and penalties.
That is correct.
Great, thank you.
Any further questions, discussions on items 123 through 125? All in favor of 123 through 125, signify by saying aye. Aye.
No on 125.
No.
Councilor Kenny?
I want to table the motion, but I got my motions and stuff here, so. What was the contract?
Okay, so the contract passes, and so is everyone's okay on the other ones? So 123 to 125, thank you. The items passed, and I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 126 and 133 in the Department of Health and Human Services Division of Public Health. So moved. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 134 through 134 from the Department of Administrative Services. So second. Any discussion of these items? Hearing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye. I ask for a motion to adopt late item E from the Liquor Commission. Is there a second? Sir,
Late item B is,
second. Did everyone receive a copy of late item B, I hope? So it's the Barry Dunn, Parker contract. I want to make sure that everyone has, assuming that it's fully C.
Is it the same, is it the same?
Oh,
exact
yeah,
as-
so I remember, so it's 4C.
Well, no, it was, so it's a funny thing, it's on our, it was originally on our agenda, on the consent calendar.
I just have a clarification of what's the right number?
It was supposed to be, so it was submitted incorrectly on the consent calendar. So we had to pull it off that and resubmit it as late item.
So am I saying the right number?
Yes.
So late item B, okay, yeah, because we already had one late item from
And
DOE.
I included it in my email yesterday.
Okay.
Hard copy on the table?
Yes, it's in the packet, our confirmation packet from today. And is it the same exact,
Yes.
same exact content as what was in our consent?
Exactly.
So this was the prior, just to clarify, this was the prior, on the prior consent. Maybe we got the commissioner here, he probably can clarify for us easier to make sure that we're all on the same page. Commissioner, why don't you come forward and make sure we're all looking at the right thing?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Community councilors, Rob Chomo, Chairman of the Liquor Commission, and with me, Director of Audit and Finance team here. So this was on the consent calendar, ended up on the consent calendar by mistake. We made the officer there and they moved it to a lane item. So it's the exact same contract, it's just moved to a lane item, consent calendar.
Because it didn't meet the standards for the consent calendar,
Yeah.
so that's fine. Okay, that's helpful, very good. Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you.
Okay, so is everyone on the same page that we know this was on the consent, so we would have seen it in that regard, but we did, because it didn't meet the requirements under the law. Excellent, okay. So is there, there's a motion and a second, I believe, already on the table on this. Is there any discussion or questions for the commissioner while he's here? Counselor?
Thank you, Governor. I want to make sure I understand, is there a blended rate, we're giving a rate card, and, for example, the managing partner is $445 an hour, and I'm not suggesting that they're not doing good work for us. Obviously, they must for you to come forward, and they're a good reputable firm. But how many hours are we going to get from that? Can you tell us what the blended rate is, in terms of what they bid, the number of hours, and what that rate is?
Well, what I can tell you is that the principal partner is estimated for the term of the contract of 3 years at about 150 hours. So he's only 5% of the total of the contract to oversee and manage his side of the contract. And then the managers and the senior staff, they're the remainder of it. So manager is about 800 hours at 28%, senior is 1,000 at 34%, and the staff is about 950 hours at 33%.
Excellent, that's what I was looking for. Next question I have on this is that I did see in here, there's a section in the contract which I think was great that you negotiated. Contractor shall provide on-site support and assistance to New Hampshire Liquor Commission as requested by New Hampshire Liquor Commission. Contractor must assume all reasonable travel and related expenses. Excellent.
Thank you.
Are you sure, based on their rate, that they didn't just bake that into their rates, so they're kind of fooling you on one end and the other end they're going to get you?
I'm sure based on what we're currently spending with them, because we currently have a contract with them that ends at the end of this month. They also do provide a 12% discount. Well, in this fiscal year, they provided a 12% discount for time spent learning and getting up to speed. And they're telling us that for next year and well, the following 2 years, it's going to be a 20% discount.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for the commissioner? Hearing none, all in favor of late item D from the Liquor Commission signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. Is there any other business to come before the council today?
Thank you, Councilor.
Councilor Kenny?
I just wanted to thank Commissioner Weaver, thank Council, we have, the training, the early running center dedication this last Saturday at the Boys and Girls Club in Lisbon. That is a wonderful facility. It's going to help young people who are coming back to the state to get childcare and early learning. So it's a really nice ceremony. And the council can take a lot of pride in that, because a lot of that funding came from the council back in the day of most COVID money. Both the money and lastly, there was another thing that this council did with the parent Oxnard Community Center dedication yesterday in Councilor Stevens' district. They just finished a multi-million-dollar kind of renovation project, and they were buzzing last night, and a lot of that money again with the council with ARPA money. So it's kind of finishing up a lot of projects in the ARPA program funding. It's making an impact in the nation.
Very good.
That was 50 childcare seats in the Lisbon facility, which is great.
Councilor Stevens?
Speaking of childcare centers and providers, I'm hopeful that we'll see the purity contract potentially come back. We'll be good at that. Thank you.
Councilor Stevens?
Yes, thanks, Governor. I also want to invite my colleagues to council. Next Tuesday, 4:30 p.m., I'm going to be hosting an affordability housing roundtable with the regional HUD director. Governor's office is going to be there, represented by any of you colleagues here. If you'd like to attend, it's at St. A's Institute of Politics at 4:30 on Tuesday. Thank you.
Thank you. This meeting is concluded. Thank you very much.
Okay. Congratulations.